Okay, let's call to order the regular board meeting for June 25th, 2024 at 4:33. Roll call. Trustee Gris. Present. Trustee Marks. Present. Trustee Martinez. Here. Trustee O'Connor. Here. And here. Everyone's here today. Are there any comments for closed session? Okay, no public comments. Is there a motion to convene?
I'll make a motion that we convene closed session. I'll second.
Okay, convening to closed session at 4:33. we're calling the meeting back to order at 6:03. And welcome to the Hollister School District Board of Trustees regular board meeting. The board meeting is a meeting for the board to conduct its business in public, and this meeting is being recorded. Please join me in the flag salute. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, trustees and community members and staff. Tonight we have the Sierra Vista Sharks in the house. We have Principal, woohoo! We have Principal Tammy Ortiz and Assistant Principal Daniel Romero, who are here along with a lot of our other families. Let's just have a great big woohoo. Yay! So welcome, Sierra Vista Sharks. They will be having a recognition of staff and students tonight. Take it away. All right. Let me just get it done.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, and all of the members of the audience this evening. I'm Tammy Ortiz, the principal of Sierra Vista, and this is Daniel Romero, the assistant principal at Sierra Vista.
Buenas noches a Junta Directiva, a Superintendente Sánchez y a miembros de la audiencia. Bienvenidos a la Junta de Yo soy su director Daniel Romero y esta es la directora.
Sierra Vista is here to recognize one of our largest groups of reclassified students ever, and some of the adults that supported them throughout their journey.
La Escuela Sierra Vista está aquí para reconocer a uno de nuestros grupos más grandes de estudiantes reclasificados y algunos de los adultos que los apoyaron durante este viaje.
In order to reclassify as a fluent in English, these students had to receive a high score on both the English Language Proficiency Assessments and the English Language Arts Summative State Tests.
Para reclasificar como fluidos en inglés, esos estudiantes tuvieron que recibir una puntuación alta tanto en la evaluación del dominio de idioma inglés como la prueba estatal sumativa de artes de lenguaje inglés.
In addition, their teachers and parents have to agree to the reclassification.
Además, los profesores y los padres tienen que aceptar la reclasificación.
These students who will be announced tonight have met all of the reclassification criteria over the course of the 23-24 school year.
Estos estudiantes que van a reclasificar hoy llenaron todos los requisitos para ser reclasificados esta noche.
So it's time to recognize them. As the names are called, I would like the students to come down this aisle, shake everyone's hand, and then wait at the side over there so we can get a picture of all of you. And actually, Dr. Myers, can you come up too? Because she was the principal also throughout their tenure at Sierra Vista for quite a few of the students. Sorry, Apple.
No, es okay. Ahora sí vamos a reconocerlos. Mientras que pronunciamos los nombres, me gustaría que los estudiantes bajaran por el pasillo, les dieran la mano a todos y luego esperen a un lado para tomar una foto del grupo. Okay, so the first student is Amber Sofia Aldana Flores.
Oh, she's about to walk through the door.
Maximiliano Belmán Karate. Bruno Castro. Camila García Cruz. Atara Hennessy Akari. Amber Sofía Aldana Torres.
Ready to go.
Good job.
Amakari Gil. Chelsea Gonzalez. Mateo Jimenez. Annie Lee. Valeria Martínez Jiménez. Carlos Medina. Andrea Rojas Zúñiga. Jacob Sandoval. Dylan Barca. Leilani Villata. Parents, you guys can come up to the picture. Puedes venir a frente a tomar fotos.
Stand with them or around them?
They want, you want to stand?
Do you want to switch them in front of the board? How about the back group first, right?
Dylan, I'm gonna have you walk your line this way.
Just walk this way, Dylan.
Just go in the line.
Right.
Oh, that's here.
It's taller than
Right in here.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
Perfect. Good.
Ready? Look at mom and dad.
Yeah, Tammy and Daniel, definitely. I see how it works.
You guys worked really hard.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Good So I'm gonna have you go back right to where you were before, because there's some staff that I'm gonna have come over.
All right. Good job.
Oh, actually, you guys
No.
yes, too.
Oh.
I have staff.
You guys take it
Oh,
for the staff.
okay.
For the staff.
So as you know, it takes a team to support our students and their success. The following adults have supported all of our English learners by teaching in the after-school program.
Los siguientes adultos han apoyado a nuestros estudiantes de inglés de segundo idioma, enseñándoles en el programa después de escuela para nuestros estudiantes, para ayudar a ellos.
So Alicia Hernandez is our classified aide who supports our students and families all day, every day, including into the evening. She can't attend right now because she's enjoying her summer.
Yay.
Alicia Hernández es una nuestra asistente clasificada que apoya a nuestros estudiantes, familias, todo el día, todos los días.
Tammy St. John, who I call our school teacher therapist, she supports our students when learning a language is really scary. And she helps our students, especially in third grade, to feel safe to speak, and that's huge.
Tammy St. John, la que a quien llamamos nuestra maestra terapeuta de la escuela, menciona que hablar un nuevo idioma da miedo y ella ayuda a los estudiantes a sentirse seguros al hablar en su clase.
Evelyn Sockow, who has been known to not only support our English language learners, but to harass parents in the parking lot to make sure that they feel welcome and that they make it to all of the school events at Sierra Vista. Her phone is regularly blowing up with parents contacting her in the evening hours. She's always accessible. Evelyn, come on up here. She loves this. Tea for Evelyn.
Much appreciated, dear.
I also included Jennifer Miller, who works here at the district office, and she's actually in the airport picking up her kids right now. However, without the support from the district office, your students may not have been reclassified because of all of the jobs we're doing. So she oversees from the district office and is constantly emailing us and giving us the support we need to support your children.
Jennifer Miller, quien constantemente se comunica conmigo y con la señora Ortiz, también nos apoya mucho a nuestros estudiantes de inglés. Pero también quería traducir para Minsaco. Minsaco, quien es bien conocida por molestar a los padres en el estacionamiento para que asistan a todos los eventos de la escuela y que se sientan bienvenidos todos los días. Muchas gracias, Minsaco.
So the next person does not know that she's being recognized tonight, but we would like to recognize Catalina Medina, one of our parents. So Catalina is your District English Language Advisory Committee President. Sarah Biston, English Language Advisory Committee President. And she has been extremely active in our PTO. She has been foundational in making all families in Sierra Vista feel welcome
asesor del idioma inglés del distrito y también presidenta del comité asesor del idioma inglés de la vista. Y también ella es un miembro extremadamente activo en nuestro PTO. Ella ha sido fundamental para que todas las familias de terroristas se sientan bienvenidas y escuchadas.
Luckily, your son's classic, so I can read that.
Thank you so much, Rob.
So just because I want to mess with everybody tonight, Daniel Ramiro, our assistant principal, also needs to be recognized. Stand right here. He came to Sarasota this year, and I can't, his support of our multilingual learners cannot be understated. He's the reason all of the paperwork and the meetings get done. He's the voice on campus, and I don't know what we do without you. So stay, Sarah
You deserve it. Thank you.
So, and we would also like to award Jacob Sandoval. He was reclassified this year. And let me just make sure, Tom Carrillo. I'm sorry, I thought I saw Jacob walk in the back all the time. How did I lose the pizza? We have a ton of pizza. Thank you. Here's pizza.
SCL to the rescue.
The other thing is there are a lot of pizza coupons, so I know many of you have other family members, so congratulations. Put those on the back table. So we want pizza. If you would like to take any more pictures, you're welcome to come take pictures. I'm going to grab one before we close and say, have a wonderful summer.
You looked at me and I thought, oh, I'm the wrong.
No, I didn't say that. Dylan, drop it down just a little. Smile. There you go.
Well, see you in migrant. See you in migrant.
Yesterday was their first day ever half day or something.
Hand sanitizer? Nobody wants to get sick.
Oh, really? That's nice to see somebody
That's so cute.
A lot most of the time.
Not gonna give anything.
That's okay.
Just state for the record.
That's okay.
So that's
Yeah, we do it Amazon.
my daughter doesn't do it.
Is the sanitation gonna come back?
It's on its way. Here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 8, we have no closed session announcements. And I would like to mention that our clerk needs to step away around 8:30, so Trustee Marks will be stepping in as clerk at that time. And is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second?
Okay, roll call. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. Our next item is public comments.
We have one public comment this evening. Nicole Shelton, please, talking about the paid parallel programs for after-school care.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, trustees of the Hollister School District. My name is Nicole Shelton. After a recent meeting with the Superintendent Sanchez, Mr. Ward, and Mrs. Myers, it was made clear that a paid parallel program was not an option for the upcoming academic year. While I understand this is a general comment and the board cannot respond to it, I'm here to address several critical issues concerning after-school care and to respectfully petition for the reinstatement of the YMCA after-school program for paid parallel programming at HDLA. While I think it needs to be on all campuses, I'm going to represent the school that my children attend and the school that I interact the most with. Equity in after-school care is imperative. All students, regardless of socioeconomic status, deserve access to safe on-campus care. By offering both ELOP and paid parallel programs, we can ensure equal opportunities for all students. The recent exclusion of paying participants undermines and promotes a divisive mentality among our school communities. We understand the need to comply with grant requirements, but the ELOP grant allows for the inclusion of a paid parallel program. Utilizing this flexibility, the district can maintain a balanced, inclusive program serving the needs of all families and those who really need safe and dependable care for their children while they are at work or at school. Our students deserve stability and long-term planning. The district is electing to put the HDLA campus through another transition, given the failure of the previous one, and now excluding students by not allowing a paid parallel program, which yet again is disrupting the students' routine. Our students should not be treated as products or program experiments had we not put them through another transition in the last year. The YMCA not only can offer a paid parallel program, but also provides financial assistance for families who need help with the cost. This ensures that all families, regardless of financial situation, can access quality after-school care. While it may not be feasible to accommodate all 6,500 HSD students, an equitable approach would be to allow for a parallel paid program at each school site or allocate spaces to paying participants, preventing unfair exclusion based on family income. Statistics highlight the benefits of after-school programs. Research shows that students who participate in after-school care are more likely to improve in their academic performance, with up to 20% increase in test scores. Additionally, these programs help reduce behavioral issues by 30% and decrease the likelihood of students engaging in risky behaviors by 25%. After-school care also promotes social skills, providing a structured environment for students to develop healthy relationships and a sense of community. The YMCA after-school program has consistently provided a high-quality curriculum at HDLA without issue for both ELOP and parallel program until last year, when the board decided on a different direction. Previously, the YMCA provided tutoring in both English and Spanish. This dual language support is vital for the students on our campus and for their academic success and bilingual development. The YMCA has built a strong positive rapport with our school community, delivering a safe, engaging, and educational environment. Their historical good rapport is invaluable and should be reinstated. I urge the board to address these issues with lack of transparency, leadership, accountability, foresight, and equity. Please consider reinstating the YMCA after-school program on the HDLA campus to provide equitable, inclusive, safe, and high-quality care for all our children. I've included a copy of this statement and a copy of the petition that was started Friday evening for HDLA parents. At this time, before walking up, we have 113 parents' signatures representing 113 different students. I urge the board to reinstate the YMCA after-school program we need it. And I'll just leave this with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to item 11, reports. And the first report is on the 22-23 audit by,
We
is
will
that by
have-
you?
but
Or-
we will have Ide Bailey.
Oh,
Ide Bailey will be reporting
on the audit.
for the audit.
Yes.
So I believe we have the auditor on standby who will appear on the screen.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
We can't see you quite yet.
Oh, I don't know. I'm showing as my video is on my screen.
We can see you
You're
now.
good.
Mhm. You're good.
Okay. So let me share my screen. We have a PowerPoint presentation just to kind of go over the overview of the audit report real quick. Let me share my screen. We will share this screen right here. Okay. Slideshow from beginning. Okay, can everyone see my screen? All right, perfect. So this is just a PowerPoint that we put together just for the audit report. You have the audit report attached to the agenda. So when you look at that, you'll see that audit report is 110 pages. This is a few slides where I'm just going to talk about kind of the audit process and then the overall result of the audit itself. So first off, I want to say thank you to the district, the board, the superintendents, and everyone at the school sites as well in the district office. Going through an audit is never an easy thing, and school districts luckily get to do it every single year. So just thank you for that. The district is always welcoming to our auditors, so it's always it always goes smooth as an audit can go. So briefly to the audit process, what we do is it's kind of usually like maybe we'll go to the district about 3 times a year. Usually in the spring is around the site work time. We look at attendance and then maybe the student body, some and those areas. And then we'll come out usually around April, May, June, around that time. And that time we're doing the internal control. We're looking at the controls. We're looking at state compliance, federal compliance, that kind of stuff. And this is going on while the books are still open. And then we'll come back in usually around October, November after the books are closed, and we'll do the audit over, the cash, AR, AP, all of that stuff. Okay, so in the audit report, the first thing past the table of contents is the most important part. It's what everyone reads on that one is the auditor's report. The district received an unmodified auditor report. This is the cleanest one you can get. Basically, what this means is, in our opinion, the financial statements as they are in the audit report are materially correct in a reasonable assurance. And then in the back of the report, there's 3 other letters. The first opinion is kind of on the internal control over the financial reporting, getting all that information together. The second one is the federal compliance, and then the third one is state compliance. There was one finding for a couple accounts receivables that weren't accrued. And then there was one state compliance finding regarding the public hearing for the sufficiency of textbooks. Now, just like with other districts throughout California, we've seen especially in the last couple of years, we've seen turnover really up and down the entire district. So with that, that's kind of what we feel, that turnover, those open positions, right, that leads to whenever there's turnover, there's a higher risk for misstatements, and that's what we feel happened. So right after that first letter is the management's discussion and analysis. This is kind of the cliff notes of the financial statements. It has the 2023 year, and then also has the previous year activity, so you can kind of see what happened year to year. This is this is about usually about 15 pages long. It kind of covers everything from the beginning to the end, just in a shorter format. Right past that is the financial statements. There's a couple financial statements. The first two is the entity-wide, we say. That includes your long-term items, your capital assets, your long-term obligations, all of that stuff. And then right after that, there's the fund level financial statements. This is typically what you're used to seeing, that your unaudited actuals, or the general fund, all those other funds. That's these information. There are reconciliations between the two, but really it's the long-term items, what is not on your fund financials that is on your long-term, the statement of net position and activities, right? That capital assets, pension, OPEB, that stuff. And then following that is the notes to the financials. That's just more detailed information. And then after that is more, there's supplementary schedules and stuff. Some of it's required by the state, and just depends on what they want in the audit report. Okay, so just kind of the highlights. The net position ended at $30 million. Unrestricted was a deficit of $48 million. More on that in just a second. The district, as of June 30th, had $60 million in bonds. The OPEB liability was $8.3 million. And then the pension obligation was $69.1. So that $48 million deficit, that's when you look at the net position, there's different categories. The unrestricted net position, when districts had to start recording that pension obligation on their books, we saw a lot of districts where that unrestricted was positive, and then recording all that pension stuff, it kicked it into a deficit. So when you exclude the pension related items, right? Those pension related items caused a decrease in the fund balance of $52 million. So that's really what's causing that negative deficit in unrestricted. The general fund increased $17 million to 30.4. Just a note on that, about 19.9 million of that is for restricted category restricted programs. The reserves are roughly around the 3%, 4%. And then the ADA is going up, but it's not quite what it was in 2021. That's kind of what we've seen at other districts as well, too. That ADA is slowly starting to come back to those previous levels. And with that, that's the audit report in a nutshell. Other than that, if the board has any questions or anything that I can answer or help clarify, I'd love to do it.
Are you able to send us that PowerPoint, please?
Yes, sure. I can send it to Beth, and then that's the only contact I really have. So will that suffice?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, item number 11B, a report on social emotional end year. Our coordinator, Eliana Delgadillo. And you have 2 audience members left.
I will do my best. Everybody at home.
Yes.
All right, well, good afternoon, Board of Trustees. Well, we finally made it. The end of the year is here, and our social emotional team is excited to give you all the information of what we have been doing with the students for the Hollister School District in this year.
Is your mic on, Indiana?
One of the comments that I get is we're not talking loud enough.
Well, just the mic.
I think it's on.
There it is.
There you go. Just a little closer. Okay. All right. So we're going to start off with, I'm not sure if I'm clicking or.
Usually you have to go down, right?
There you go.
Down.
Yeah.
So I just want to remind everybody of our awesome team members. We have Erica Cortez, who is at Calaveras at AAA, Lucia Aleman at HDLA, Serena Salinas at Rancho Santana. I'm at Lad Lane. We have Yesenia Sanchez at R.O. Hardin. We had Adriana Gallegos from the Office of Ed supporting at Sunny Slope, and Nora Rosal, who is also from the Office of Ed, who was supporting Mays and Rancho San Justo. We also had the opportunity to have a master level social work intern from CSUNB. Her name was Veronica Reynoso. Most of her support was at Mays and Rancho San Justo, but she did support some students at Rancho Santana and HDLA. So this year we wanted to focus on providing professional development to our staff. And we started off by inviting a representative from New York Life to come and provide information to our staff members on grief and loss. So this is part of the Grief Sensitive Schools Initiative, and this representative came out to staff meetings and was able to talk about grief and loss, not only with students, but for staff and how we can support each other. So 6 of our sites are now considered grief sensitive schools. They actually give us funds and free resources for teachers on how to support in the moment. The other 4 sites are still pending, and we will schedule them at the beginning of next year. We also had Suicide Prevention of the Central Coast come out and do some trainings for staff during staff meetings. They were talking about warning signs of suicide and how to support. Again, this is not only for students, but for our colleagues as well, because we all have mental health. We're all humans, we all have mental health. So 8 of our schools have been trained on suicide prevention, and 2 of the schools that are left will be trained early on next year. We have mental health first aid, which this is a training that is provided in-house, and it's available to all of our staff. This training is a 7.5-hour training provided to community members or teachers on how to approach, assess, and support any individual who is exhibiting early signs and symptoms of a potential mental health crisis. This training comes with a 3-year certification. At the end of the 3 years, staff are able to come back to the in-person training or take a short online training for a short fee. This year, we were able to add 35 staff members to be newly trained. We've been providing this training since 2021, and since then, we have 134 staff members trained.
So nice.
For mental health first aid.
Do staff members get to sign up, or are they referred by the principal or somebody on site?
So we offer this training 3 times a year. We send it out through Parent Square, and any staff member who's interested or recommended can sign up. Actually, on November 1st, we were invited to provide a presentation on self-care for teachers. So we also did that professional development. You can see there we have some strategies for teachers. And I know November is pretty early in the year, but we want to make sure we're practicing those strategies early on before it gets very hectic. We had an overload of registrations for that presentation. We actually had to split it into 2 sessions. We did a morning session and a PM session. Lots of great participation by all members, and 136 participants. Those were teachers that signed up for that.
Do we do it for classified as well?
Classified was also invited. Okay, good. Right. And then the last one is trauma-informed practices for school. This was a presentation that was given to all sites during staff meetings, and this training is specifically focused on how to help school staff identify student behaviors as trauma responses. So we really talk about trauma, what it looks like for ourselves, and what it may look like in the classroom by a student. So it's recognizing these specific behaviors that may be looked on primarily as defiance, as trauma responses. And we learn, how is my trauma response conflicting with the student's trauma response? And how can I provide that empathy and support? So out of that, we had 273 staff members trained.
Wow. That's awesome.
Something new that we started this year is we started our social emotional newsletters. We actually started, November was our first one. And each newsletter is structured very similarly. We want to always give a staff spotlight. So we were able to have one person tell a little bit about themselves. We want our students to get to know us on a different level. So we highlighted each of that. We provided some successes of the month before, whether it was, a school is now a grief-sensitive school, or, a certain site is now trained on suicide prevention, so we always want to focus on the successes. We have our upcoming events, so parents and students can know what's upcoming for the social emotional department. And we always want to give strategies and recommendations. So you can see here for our June newsletter, we have self-reflection, and we thought it was important to wrap the school year with that, so that students can go back and say, what is it that worked well for me this year? And what can I work on next year to make sure that I stay well? Other strategies that were provided in this emotional newsletter was calming corners, is how to create a calming corner at home. So we build calming corners in the classroom. We have a calming corner in each social emotional team member's office. So we want to know if a student is really benefiting from a calming corner, let's have parents build a calming corner at home. Let's make sure that those coping strategies are consistent. So how do you do that at home? How do you build a coping skills box? This really highlights a conversation that you can have with your student and say, when you feel anxious, what works for you? When you're feeling frustrated, what works for you? All students learn differently. Some are better at journaling, some like fidgets, others like coloring. So you put that all in your coping skills box.
What about loneliness? Do you have anything to help kids with loneliness?
We have worksheets of we do an action plan of what can I do when I feel lonely. So recognizing what my body feels, what I'm thinking, 3 people I can identify that I can go to for support. There are all these little worksheets that can go into that coping skills box.
But have you had kids come up and say, I'm lonely?
Oh yeah, yeah, we have that. Especially for our little ones, our little ones that are having difficulties making friendships. So we also talked about how to build a sensory bottle, mindfulness activities, again, self-care practices for parents at home as well. Everybody needs to be practicing that. Social emotional learning and zones of regulation. So zones of regulation, we are going to be starting focusing with TK through 3rd, and it's just helping students identify their emotions. So we go off of, if you can name it, you can tame it. So when I feel angry, I'm in the red zone, and this is what I need to do for my coping strategies. So zones of regulation, how you can implement that at home as well. So we started off in October with World Mental Health Day. As you can see, we had our flyer here. We encourage everybody to wear neon colors to stand out and, just trying to destigmatize the word of mental health. We have lots of pictures here. These pictures are actually from HDLA, R.O. Hardin, and Calaveras. So these activities were done during lunchtime for each grade level. All students participated in different activities during lunch. We had giveaways, and then we really focused on the mental health check-in chart, which is the picture at the bottom left-hand corner. This is a good strategy that any teacher can use in their classroom or even at home. Is just a chart that says, it's about 5 categories. I'm great, I'm good, I'm okay, and we just take a Post-it and a student writes their name on the back of the Post-it and puts it on where they're feeling. This is a great visual for the teacher to say, hey, I have 2 students that are not doing well. Let's see if the calming corner can help. Let's see if we can send them to the SE members. So it's a quick chart that we can use to make sure that that student receives the support. We also worked with our community. So we worked with a local church. Beginning of November, we were approached by a local church, and we collaborated with them to provide 1 family per site with holiday gifts and dinner. So you can see we have Calaveras, Sunny Slope, and R.O. Hardin. These are just pictures from that site. From the pictures, you can see that each family was provided with a full holiday meal. They had the turkey and all the extras, right? They also received gifts. So we also spoke to the family about their wish list. So if that family was in need of clothes or simple toiletries, their wish list was granted. 1 family per site.
Nice.
We also celebrated World Kindness Day on November 13th, and we all wore tie-dye, just because that's what made us feel kind. And our focus that day was to say something kind to one another. But we really encourage students to find a peer on the playground that you normally don't play with, and invite them to play, or just say something kind. That's what the focus for that day was, and we had a great turnout. So Social Emotional Day in March is one of our bigger events. These pictures are from Calaveras, HDLA, and Lab Lane. Once again, students were encouraged to participate in activities. They actually wrote empowering messages to each other, and we encouraged them to wear green. So the picture on the left-hand side, that's from HDLA. Lucia had all of these coping strategies. One of my favorite ones there is focusing on what you're in control of, right? So we want to teach our kids, focus what you're in control of, because that's where change happens. Anything that you're not in control of, patience, wasted energy. So we really want to focus on that. That was for Social Emotional Day, March 8th. The SE Summit was in Sacramento this year. It's the Social Emotional Wellness Summit, and that was on May 2nd and 3rd. All of our social emotional staff attended that summit in Sacramento. We learned about new strategies to help bring awareness to mental health in schools. I really enjoyed attending the summit because not only was it for mental health professionals, but we invited our educators. So we had some of our admins, some of our teachers attend, and we were bridging the gap between academics and mental health. We were working together to create a social emotional learning plan for our kids.
Awesome.
And then we finished off the year with Mental Health Awareness Week is one of our biggest weeks in May. That was May 13th through 17th. We have our Spirit Week flyer out there. These pictures are from Sarah Vista, Rancho Santana, Mays, and Lad Lane. And once again, kids were participating in activities. We had tons of giveaways. We had bracelets on mental health and pins of saying, being not okay is okay, right? Just destigmatizing again. You can see we had a bubble event at Rancho Santana. They were practicing deep breaths and blowing bubbles, but it turned into a bubble party, which was great anyways. And then on the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that's from Lad Lane. That was a middle school student who was writing encouraging messages to her peers where she put, "You are not alone." So it's okay to not be okay. And now for one of the most important slides is the data, of course. So our data for this year, 23-24, we had 161 students who received formal services. These are students who received between 8 to 12 individual school-based counseling sessions, and it broke down to 1,466 sessions for this school year. And then informal services, we had 6,703 check-ins. So that could be a student dropping in our office for support at that time, or these are check-ins where we're checking in up to 3 times with students. And lastly, our team would like to say thank you to the board and to Superintendent Sanchez for all your support that you have given us this year to provide this beneficial services to our students.
I should tell you, I've had teachers, we had a rough start because we had a layoff PE teaching. I've had teachers come up and say they can't believe how we did it without your team. And they very, very much appreciate your team on the campus.
Thank you. We're great. We're so glad to be here.
Yeah, well, the teachers, I know that all of our staff appreciate your help. I don't know if you've received the same comments, but I have.
Well, working on a school campus is different now, and I think that's what's important is recognizing, right, when, first of all, if we can start teaching our littles to recognize certain things, that we didn't get an opportunity through the school system, right, to recognize when we need help, that our children are learning these coping mechanisms so that it's not, that stigma, right? And I think, social media is what it is. I think that's always a contradictory to all the good that we're trying to provide for our kids, because that's where a lot of the negativity is stemming from, and it's just one of those things that I think giving our parents the ability to understand what those derivatives come from and how to address it and how to help our kids address it as well, because that's the world that they live in. Right. It's different from what we grew up in. And so I think what you're doing and really embedding and layering it all in for not just our children, but for our staff is so critically important that I think provides that healthy environment for everyone to thrive. And I want to just thank you for everything. Thank you.
When you meet with the cabinet or with our superintendent, do you come up with like things that we need that we're deficient in and things that we need to do to improve?
Yes, so we meet on a monthly basis and we talk about the needs of the district, but also our social emotional team members meet with their admin on a monthly basis, and they talk about the needs per site, because every site is different. And then when we meet as a social emotional team, we try to make sure that we have an activity to address those needs. If we can do it district-wide, even better. We have to focus per site. We try to get as much support to come and help solve that issue.
Should, for, you know, I think to start off for next year, like setting your goals, what those would be for that year, you know, and if there are certain things that you want to accomplish that, as you see, you know, are pending needs throughout from one year to the next, I think that would be a good starting point too for us to understand and recognize, you know, as the program improves and gets better and that, you know, the services grow, right?
Definitely, and we focus also on trends. So, you know, on a quarterly basis, we look to see what are the trends at each site, what are the trends for our district. So we talk about what grade is the highest need, you know, where do we need to focus on.
Perfect.
Well, I would think that the superintendent in the reports, if there's a need of this team, you would let us know in the superintendent reports when you meet with them. If there's something that this team needs, that we need to make sure you would let us know.
So I think that would be just as we do with all programs, right? When there's a need, we approach the board, particularly if it has finances attached to it. I want to thank Eliana because you have definitely impacted all schools, you and the team, both they're certificated and classified on the SET. And you've benefited not only staff, but also families and students to think about what our students go through on a daily, whether it is at their home or at school, and the feeling of, I feel lonely, and that you and your team are experts on the ground, you know, the ground level, I would say the school level, to work with our students is amazing. Unfortunately, not all school districts can provide that, but we have the opportunity to provide, and I've seen it, the program, the SE program, flourish. It's exceeded far beyond what I would have ever imagined, and I want to thank you because you're the person that meets regularly as well with KIP to provide all of the updates, to provide the needs, and that communication is there. So I want to thank you because your leadership is amazing. So thank you.
Yes, you should be very pleased with what you have accomplished with your team. To be able to see the change since the first day you walked in the door and until now, it's absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yes. It's impressive. Well said, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate all your kind words.
Thank you.
Well, keep us up to date if you need something.
Definitely.
Have a great summer.
You too.
Okay, we're on to item 11C, the report on Hollister School District local performance indicators with Dr. Myers.
Good evening. Thank you, Eliana. I'm going to need some SEL after this fabulous report. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay. All right, great. So tonight I present to you one of the many reports that are due to the state for the closing of the school year. We are reporting on our local indicators, and this is in response to the local control funding formula. So it allows the LEA to take a look at itself and regulate where they are on implementation of these factors. So I'll cruise right through it. This is all data that is pulled from our dashboard or is reported on the dashboard. So this will be reflected, this report will be reflected in next year's dashboard. So here we have a report on our staffing. And so you can see here the breakdown of our total teaching FTE, 251.3. And we have 78.3% are clear credentialed. We have 0.3 out of field credentialed. We had 2.6% intern, 6.6 ineffective. Those are the ones that we have. As you know, staffing has been very challenging. And so ineffective is probably a horrible way to say that these actually are people that have stepped up. They're on emergency permits, and so they are in a classroom. Those are the folks that are receiving the NEST services. So any of those interns, emergency permits, etc. Incomplete, those are the ones that are in induction. So they're in progress, 12.1%, unknown 0, and NA 0. So students without their own copies, standard aligned instruction materials, it was 0, thank goodness. And that was reported to you in September. We do that sufficiency report every year. And then we have our facilities conditions, 0 facilities that earned less than a good repair report, and that is also that Williams report that I report in August, September. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the implementation of state academic standards. So this first question, we rated the LEA progress in providing professional learning for teaching to the recently adopted academic standards and or curriculum frameworks identified below. So we went through, we have had PD on all of these. The new framework for art is coming out, so we will be doing some PD on that. And math finally came out as well. It's a monster, so we'll be dissecting that and teasing that out with our staff. All right, and so now we have the LEA's progress in making instructional materials that are aligned to the recently adopted academic standards and or curriculum frameworks identified below in all classrooms where the subject is taught. So these are, this just means that we are all up to snuff on our instructional materials. So we have all 5s there, the highest rating. Then we go on to the LEA's progress in implementing policies or programs to support staff in identifying areas where they can improve in delivering instruction aligned to the recently adopted academic standards and or curriculum frameworks identified below. So our collaboration time, our focus PLC time, walkthroughs, teacher pairing, coaching, etc. And we are strong in all of those. We are on our way, I think, by full implementation and sustainability. We have some really good things in place in Ed Services to support staff in their academic content areas. Then we go on to rate the LEA's progress in implementing each of the following academic standards adopted by the state board for all students. So we have CTE, we have our health education, physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language. World language, we were able to purchase a textbook and curriculum that is on the master's schedule for next year, and so that is why a 5 is there. So that's also will come later in the broad course of study. So we're offering all of those things.
We're offering those at the comprehensive middle school.
Yes, yes. All right, and then we go on to rate the LEA success in engaging the following activities with teachers and school administrators during the prior school year. So we identified professional learning needs in the groups. This is much of the work that we meet, remember, with admin monthly, and we go over their needs. How can the system support their improvement of instruction at the site? Identify professional learning needs with individual teachers and providing support for teachers on standards that they have not yet mastered. So that's all part of that improvement science component.
And I think you've just answered my question on this last line.
Okay.
But in our SPED programs, we're deficient in science and in history. So I think this covers that, would you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, so working with the administration and the departments to make sure that the teachers
That's
have what
being
they need.
covered, yes, and they're getting the instructional help they need.
Yes, absolutely.
Alright.
And I have some exciting, well, I think it's actually in the superintendent's report, we have some exciting opportunities for teachers next year.
Yeah,
and
I
has
saw
been
that, right.
building.
Right, but I wanted to make sure I was reading that correctly, so
Yes.
that fits that. Okay,
Yep.
good.
Yes,
We're on the same page.
that's what I like. Okay, priority 3, parent involvement and family engagement. So building relationships between school staff and families. Based on the analysis of the educational partner input and local data, identify the number which best indicates the LEA current stage of implementation. So as we know, this is a very challenging, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide here. This is a area of growth for us. We have a whole LCAP goal dedicated to parent engagement and education.
Right.
And we get told that we communicate too much, and then we get told we're communicating too little. And so we're going to find the happy medium. And so we are going to continue on this. And I'm really excited about this. We work with our, you'll see in the SIPSAs that a lot of them have parent engagement goals, community schools, parent engagement. So this is, as much as, we feel like we've tried, we need to keep trying because it's an area of growth, absolutely. But we have a lot of good things in place, and so we will sustain that. And then building partnerships for student outcomes. So this would be like your school site council, DLAC, your ELAC, the road shows that we have for LCAP, and community meetings and staff meetings, etc. So how are we engaging this? How can we be partners in academic outcomes or behavioral outcomes or social emotional outcomes with our students? So we are there too. 4 was rated for LEA's progress in providing families with information and resources to support student learning and development at home. This is an area of growth within particularly my department. Again, this is going to be something that we'll be coming out with. Well, we started with summer resources, the links that we provided. And, I haven't sent it out a third time, but, just checking in.
Well, also in SPED, and we're doing it in SPED as well. So this is a twofer.
Yeah, good. Yeah, just, that we are here. Here's a suggested schedule. Here's all the links. If you need any help, then call IT.
Yeah.
Just kidding. We're available.
Call Brandon.
Yeah. Okay. Priority 3, parent involvement and family engagement. Seeking input for decision making. So I think that we are, obviously we can do more, but our little golden ticket, if you weren't paying attention to, I think it was in the last superintendent's report, with Eliana, we have implemented the Kelvin survey, and I was, writing my lovely LCAP at, 2 a.m. or whatever time it was, and I thought, what's a reasonable goal to get parent input? And I thought, I'm going to do 15%, because usually we get like single digit, out of how many kids and how many families. So I'm like, 15. Well, sure enough, I come back and I connect with Emma and Eliana, and we had 40%.
That's great.
It's a keeper. And we got such great feedback. I think we had 883 or 8,836 comments. So still but yes, absolutely, we found the ticket, and I think it's just
Be
really.
careful what you wish for.
I know, right?
Summer
So
reading.
I think it's really great to get that feedback. We found a method that is agreeable. Students are responding. We have great data on teachers, staffing. It's really good. I was so elated with 40%.
Oh, yeah.
So really looking forward to planning, and that's why we send out a thank you. We hear you, we see you. Thank you for taking the time. Just a few questions, and we are hearing you. So that was really exciting. So I feel like that warrants the 5s on this slide here.
Yeah.
All right, and then we go on to school climate. This is exactly what I was just talking about, the Kelvin Pulse surveys. So we implemented the Kelvin Pulse surveys for 2nd through 3rd get separate questions, and then 4 through 8 get a different set of questions, obviously for the maturity and inquiries there. So really delighted with the responses. 84% reported feeling connected at school. That means they know who to go to. They have someone to go to at school. They feel that people care about them at school. And 81% indicated that they feel safe at school, which is great because that's speaking to the environment that we are providing to them. And then 87% expressed that they feel the adults care about them at school. That's our 2nd to 3rd graders. And not too much of a change in our 4 through 8, 73 reported feeling connected. This is higher than the, traditionally we've done the California Healthy Kids survey that, we would do that. This survey really had a way better response than that.
Yeah, but it's also the RSEL.
Yes, absolutely. We have, in conjunction with an opportunity, a financial opportunity that was provided to us, we were able to bring Calvin on, and we knew right away, like, we're working out the kinks, but we knew right away this is the way we want to go, and obviously with 40%.
It's amazing.
So, 77% indicated they feel safe at school. These are 4 through 8th graders, and 79% expressed that they feel the adults at school care about them. So this is just validation for SEL team. It's working, and
well, I think you can take this whole circle, and because of our scores have been going up. When we started the SEL, we started the whole thing where because we've been on this roll. And the role has started because of your leadership and the calmness that we have in the cabinet, the leadership at schools, and then what we have with the SEL. I mean, it's just a big circle that keeps rolling this ball along, and who's benefiting is our children. And that was our goal from the get-go, was every dime we spend for the kids. And that's what we have been doing. The proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely. It's awesome to see how so many things, it's our multi-tiered system of support.
That's right.
So we're looking at all 3 things. We know it's the whole child. There's so many factors that will produce a productive student. And so focusing on all of those, we're on our way. Absolutely. I have one last area where we report on, that's access to broad course of study. So this is at the comprehensive middle schools. These are things like VAPA, CTE, world languages, etc., that they all have, that students have access to those courses. And
we're working with aligning with the high school to kind of flow right in, right?
Yep, absolutely. We are. So, I meet with Elaine probably quarterly. We have a lot of things. We're going to start with math next year. So our 8th grade teachers and 9th grade teachers are going to meet together so that we have a pathway for math. And then we're just going to bookend it from there, do a vertical alignment, and then we're going to move over, focus on other things. I know Elaine and Joanne are always on the phone and connecting about our English learner, our multilingual learners. So I'm really excited about that. CTE, they're going to have fall visits right out of the gate before kids even pick their classes, because they don't know what ag welding is or robotics is.
There's so many options now that you're just like, oh, the course book is what?
Exactly. So getting our students to the high school and having their CTE, having all their clubs, like this is where you're going. This is, because it's hard for students to conceptualize, where their next steps are. And so.
Well, even as 8th graders, as you're preparing like our seniors to go off to college, preparing our 8th graders to go into high school, looking at a course guidebook, what the classes mean, what interests am I wanting to go down, what pathways, that we offer, so that you're prepping them, just like we do our seniors for what's beyond high school, right? Whether it's college or whatever.
Or tech school.
Right. The next step. Yeah, absolutely. Super excited about that.
I don't know why this never occurred to me before, but I know that when I was in middle school, toward the end, we took the ASVAB, and I know there must be something else that isn't that, where you would kind of get to see where your virtues, like strengths.
Yes.
I
Or
remember that, yeah.
that could help direct you toward where you might want to go.
I took it in high school.
So, Jennifer Miller, being as amazing as she is, had discovered a link, and I've shared it with Elaine too, for the CAST testing. It will take how you score on the standards, and it gives you, what does she call it? It's like a trajectory or something where it looks like you did so well in these standards, you might be inclined to go into occupational therapy or into engineering or something, and parents can see it. It's in the parent report. And I thought, oh, that is so amazing. We need to do a parent engagement activity on it so that they know, like, this is something, it's super telling when a student performs well on a standard that they, understand that, and then they can kind of think, yeah, that's what I want to do. And what club is linked to that, or what CTE group. And
Right.
so,
Because
yes.
the student has to feel motivated to take that.
Well, this is kind of a sneaky way
Journey.
to do it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, they think they're taking a test, but they're really like, what are you going to be doing?
Right. Because
So,
they have to make a lot of choices when they're going to high school.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing.
yeah,
Right
it really
on.
is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? I included the report that I submit,
Mhm.
just for your pleasure of reading.
Oh, boy.
And this 1,300 page, I know.
Yeah, I know, my three
binders?
binder.
All right, well, I think I'll see you again later tonight, so thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we're on to the superintendent report.
Thank you. Good evening, board. I went a little wild here to represent summer and put some
Oh, nice.
foliage there.
Oh,
I thought it was really pretty.
Moved away from our typical template. There we go. All right, so our year-end enrollment did not change significantly from the previous month that we reported. Most likely, it looks pretty status quo. There are some, single-digit changes in some of our schools, but we are ending the year pretty strong in regards to our enrollment. We're not a declining enrollment district, which is a blessing, and we continue to enroll students. So that's an awesome thing. Year-end average daily attendance. So the green means that there was a progress from the last school year at that point to now. So TK improved. We have really focused on TK, and they made a 1/10 or 2/10 of an increase, so that is worth celebrating. Third grade improved, second grade improved, and from the previous month. The yellow remained the same, kinder, first grade, and fourth grade, so that is pretty awesome. The other grades, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade took a slight dip. Overall, however, our ADA is higher. It ended higher than what we did previously, which is awesome. And we talked about that at the special board meeting, and that will continue to be a focus point in addition to some of the other ones that we have. Great investment. This is teeny tiny. Let me see if I can pull it up on my screen so that I can properly speak about this. I will zoom in. So what this is the year-end suspension data. Sometimes we talk about discipline, particularly in our district. We know that we've had historic attempts to monitor our suspension and discipline data. We have implemented things such as multi-tiered systems of support, PBIS. We have, just as we most recently talked about, implemented a full-on approach with our social-emotional team. We have provided trainings and tools for our teaching staff. De-escalation trainings have been available also to our classified staff. Our trauma-informed practices have been available to both, and so on. However, what you see here, and I don't have a pointer, but year-end last year we were at 3.3%. Year-end, this is local data. Overall, we're at 3.3%. There was talk that what if our suspension rate is going higher? This local data demonstrates that we're maintaining. Have our student behaviors escalated? Yes, they have. Another highlight I do want to really hone in on is that district-wide for the 23-24 school year, we did not have any expulsions. When we think about the behaviors that we see on campuses sometimes, or the headlines that we hear or see, or things that we read about, that's pretty amazing. Again, I want to reiterate that what is in place as a foundation to support our students is strong, and we're going to continue to build upon it. I think that the work that our deputy superintendent does with the school sites and finding placements for students, working with families directly and with students, the involvement that happens and the attention to detail is making an impact. This is overall, this is in SPED, because it says it right up there in the corner, in special education. I want to make sure that we're aware that our special education discipline did not increase, which was a concern that was shared with me. Yes.
I want to say that also a lot of discipline in the classroom and what happens at school is on the training of our teachers. And when our teachers have been properly trained and are not doing a knee-jerk kind of reaction to student behavior and know how to deal with students that might be having an off day or whatever, and they know how to treat the child properly, and it doesn't escalate and it doesn't become a power struggle, and all of a sudden the child's going to the office, and it should not have escalated to that part. So the training that like Emma was doing this year with the NEST, and the training that we're having with the SEL, those kind of things help the student, the whole classroom situation, lowers the anxiety level, the behaviors change, all of that just ends. And that's why it's so important that we give our teachers the training and our instructional assistants the training that they need, so that this knee-jerk kind of reactions do not happen. And they know how to stop a power struggle with a child that's having a bad day for whatever reason.
In addition to that, Trustee Grist, you make me think about our current LCAP that is in progress and that will be considered for approval tonight. In the student goal, there is the focus on general education and the services provided by certified behavior analyst, board certified behavior analyst, a BCBA. In our district, we had not had that before. Typically, the BCBAs in our district have worked only with special education students. This particular position will be used or to service our teachers, to provide the training, to help support. In that sense, I think that will be a great, valuable asset as we continue to build the strong foundation on how to approach the whole child.
Well, and it also increases the learning in the classroom.
Absolutely.
Because you're not dealing with issues because you have a child that's having a bad day, and that just decreases all of that anxiety. And takes it away.
Absolutely. And it allows for our instruction to be fluid.
Absolutely.
We'll go into the office referrals in a little bit, but this is special education suspension rates, and then the next slide will be general education. It also maintains steady. It did neither decrease nor increased. This again is local data. I'll wait to see what the state data is, but again, this demonstrates that for a district our size, what we're doing is we're maintaining.
Well, I know, hopefully it'll decrease next year.
Absolutely. So with that, we'll go into office referrals. Office referrals have decreased from year end 22-23 compared to the current year. And I know that that number is so small, but this is for all students. For the 22-23 school year, we ended up with 445 office referrals. for the current school year, we ended with 362.
Good. Wow.
So that is, I would say, a significant,
There shouldn't be any.
there should not be any, but we're being realistic.
I
You know,
know,
our-
I know,
we're
I
working
know.
with little humans that are
Yeah,
learning
I
to be
know,
little humans and learning academically what to do. And sometimes it could be that the office referral led that particular student to work with the SEL team. It could be that.
Right.
So we saw the data from SEL and they've definitely worked with plenty of students. So I would say that this is good news.
Yeah, yeah.
Good news. Okay, we are going into our LCAP. Again, we'll be presenting that tonight. Staff will be presenting that tonight. I want to take the opportunity to thank all the principals and staff for engaging in conversations with us, but also Colleen. Colleen was a trooper. She made it to all sites, and when you look at that list, coupled with the list of the community meetings, I've not publicly thanked her, and I think that it is definitely something that is warranted to state that someone is so interested in getting the public's input. I think that there's no one out there that can say that we did not wholeheartedly and with data gather enough input, because families have had months to provide their input. We have data from the surveys, data from the community night meetings, we have data from the staff meetings, data from the union meetings, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some, but we have tons and tons of data to drive our decisions. And I think that is something that is an asset in our district.
Absolutely.
So thank you. And promotions. Congratulations to the class of 2024. Since the last time we met as a regular board meeting, we had 9 promotions that we made it through, and this really isn't possible without the support of our maintenance department, who goes out there for days before to set up and then takes time to break down. And then our IT staff, who is stationed out of Bellotto and supporting all the sites for entire days on end in that little dugout to support all of the different ceremonies. So thank you so much. Thank you to all who participated, because it is quite the feat when you see how happy the students are and how many students and staff and families are able to participate. So I appreciate everyone who had a hand in, including the parents. There are parents that help set up and help break down and so on. So congratulations to them. We hand off the class to the high school. I'm sure Trustee Martinez will see some of them there. Okay, moving on. Promoting summer learning. This is probably the first year that we as a district take this approach. Not all students are able to enroll in summer school for capacity reasons, for, it would interrupt their family plans and so on. Staff put together these 2 resources. One's a flyer with a QR code, and the other one is a menu of different things that non-attending and attending students can access. And I think that it was well received, and we will continue to promote learning. As of June, we had this data here, 1.4 million words that were read in just the month of June. Wow. So when we look at, I did not do this, but I'm sure that'll be something fun to do, look at the year as a whole. How many books, how many words a day, how many on average minutes per day are read, and what we compare to as students read and engage with books during the summertime. So we are looking forward to having students continue their learning throughout the summer, whether through this format or the summer school and ESY format. So moving on. Okay, here we go. ELOP 2024-2025. I know that some of you have had questions, you've had discussions, you've had some emails regarding ELOP. We have been reporting on a similar slide to this since January 2024, letting families know publicly that a change would be coming to ELOP. As you recall, we talk about this monthly pretty much, that the ELOP program is designed for students that meet the unduplicated population. The state of California allocates a certain funding for this specific group of students. And we as a district, upon receiving this funding, we agree to service these students through certain programs. So the students are unhoused students, English learners, and low socioeconomic students. We have also been notifying families through Parent Square, and then staff made a series of phone calls to families that are UPP to notify them. We have the data as to who answered, who didn't answer, who demonstrated interest, who did not demonstrate interest, and the percentage per site, the breakdown, and all of that. So we are staffing based on that data. Tonight, further along in the agenda, you will see 2 MOUs, 2 agreements with 2 different local agencies to provide continued services in the school year 24-25 for the ELOP program. And we look forward to continuing to work with our families and work with these agencies to provide this particular service. In 24-25, the providers will be, if approved tonight, Youth Alliance and YMCA. We've also heard, and you've also received emails, I've received them, I've met with, I believe, a parent or 2 in regards to ELOP, and why is it that the district has to make these changes, and can we have a different parallel program such as the YMCA at HDLA. So about a year ago, we offered MAISE to YMCA as a parallel paid program. That was declined at that time, or there was no interest. Earlier this year, I believe it's in March, and by offering, I mean, Dr. Myers has had meetings, I have had meetings, there's also been email exchanges and conversations. We offered Sunny Slope, and that was not of interest. Since then, Sunny Slope has added 2 special education classrooms, 4 classrooms for migrant program, and 2 classrooms for TK. So there's no longer space at Sunny Slope. When we look at what is available, we can still offer MAISE. It would be across the way from HDLA, and it would be through the civic permits process. What we have to consider is that HDLA is the largest school in the district. This will be the first year that staff have to share their classrooms with the after-school program, which is an adjustment for staff. We also have to consider the impact to custodial staff. We have talked about how we as a district have laid off custodial staff, and we are in the process of recalling custodial staff, particularly at the comprehensive middle schools. We are recalling 1 custodian per site at Rancho and Mays, so that when the school year starts, or as soon as possible, they will now have 3 custodians like HDLA has. HDLA is at capacity when we think of the number of students there, the number of rooms that are used, and the impact of the programs that exist already. So with that, we can, as a district, offer MAISE through the civic permits process for a paid parallel program for those that are interested. And that could be something that we could move forward with. We have to consider when MAISE begins to grow, what the impact would be there then at that time. So we could do that, and we could look at that and keep our community informed in regards to any potential changes. We're trying to do the best that we can to service our students. We have about 3,900 students that are unduplicated. HDLA itself has 500 or so, maybe a little bit more than that, of unduplicated students, and we're serving about 100. So that leaves 400 unduplicated students not served. The goal would be that we could serve all 500 and then maybe look at a parallel program. But if there's a community need and a district interest, we could offer maize. Okay, let's see. So we're looking at the impacts on staff as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, when I first started at Rancho, the classroom that I was assigned to was used as detention after school. And here I am, a new teacher, and I had to leave my classroom and do everything at home to prepare for the next day. And I had to come in extra early to get ready for the next day because my classroom was used for after school. So it puts a great strain on teachers when their rooms are being used by another entity.
There are currently still 58% of UPP families that have been called at HDLA that are interested for the free ELOP program that we still can't service. So that's something to consider as well.
And we can't service them, why?
Because of the space capacity. We still, I would say that we would have to work through what will the custodians tell us as far as we have X number of classrooms now being used.
Right.
Is that impacting the custodial staff? Is it impacting the teaching staff now that we will be in their space?
Right.
HDLA does not have a spare room to use like as an empty room.
So have we talked to the principal at Mays to see if there will be spare rooms for these unduplicated students at HDLA?
We've looked at the map. I have not recently talked to her. We've had a change in administration recently.
Right.
So I know that on the map, there are potential rooms that are designated as empty. Mays would remain the smallest enrolled, the least populated school in the district. So therefore, there would be that space. We also have to consider the staffing aspect of it as well. Would we be able to staff to accommodate for more UPP? That would be up to the agency. Would the agency be able to provide staff to allow for us to increase as well?
Right.
They're probably going through the same staffing
Issues.
So more conversation on that.
Yeah, but I mean, we gotta use what's available and I mean, to impact our folks more so than, you know, we can't bring back more to maintain our staffing. I know we are, and, you know, I know it's greatly appreciated to bring the 2 back that we're going to need just by moving some of the kids, the 6th graders, to the comprehensive middle schools, you know, that we had to move out, the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders at some of our sites. So it's ebb and flow. I mean, some schools are at capacity, and we've got a lot of buildings that are a lot of homes that are being built that we just don't have the luxury of space at many sites, and we have to provide a lot. So, you know, I just hope that, you know, our community collaborators understand our situation, you know, with what we are faced with. And it isn't, you know, to feel like this tug of war, it shouldn't be that way. You know, we're trying to service as many of our children in need as we can, and trying to work collaboratively with everyone to do what we can. And I hope they understand, you know, our limitations. And when, you know, it's not that we don't want a specific school, but I think we're having to answer for the impacts of those decisions and what it means for our staff.
Yeah, I think thank you, Trustee Martinez. There is a balance that needs to be maintained. It might not be apparent to the entire community, but we still have positions and custodial positions that have been on the layoff list for some time now that we would have to consider, in my opinion, bringing those back and securing the livelihood of those staff that were impacted. But we also have to maintain the needs of the district in whether they're fiscal or programmatic and so on. I know that staff has had conversations, and then I'm going to speak specifically for the YMCA, or about the YMCA, because we heard public comment tonight, and I can't answer to any of the public comment, but I can make reference in regards to staff has talked about in the future doubling or tripling the services that we have for students, but we're talking about UPP students. We're talking about the students that are generating the funding, the students that are economically in need or that need that safe space after school, so that we can address the remaining students on that list, because all schools have a list.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if we were to run out of space at HDLA if we were to run out of space at HDLA for the ELOP students at HDLA that want to participate,
Well, we have.
okay, so would there be room, do you think, I know we haven't counted classrooms yet, would there be room to run the parallel program and the ELOP and maybe at Mays with YMCA, and then have YMCA have staff members walk the students across the field?
That is something to consider what we need to look at is the impact to the staff. So our purpose to add or re-add custodial staff to the comprehensive middle schools is something that we talked about at length earlier, that they are impacted because of the community's use of those two campuses particularly, because of the attraction to the field, the attraction to the gyms, the attraction to the open spaces. So we have custodial staff that when reported by principals or when staff have talked to them, they're not able to close the gates and clean up and say this is it, because we have community members that are walking through the facilities, or we have unfinished tasks. And so the feeling and the sentiment that I'm understanding and that we're hearing directly is that the impact is great, that we're going to try to balance that by re-adding that third position back. But if we add that third position back and then say, by the way, you're also going to add these other things, it almost nullifies the whole adding back of the custodial staff.
We're, as it is, certain sites are, their 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are being moved to both
We're
middle
adding
schools,
students.
or Mays, and then
Right.
we're adding students on top of it.
Good conversation, good ideas, but and we'll continue. Yeah, we'll continue. All right, so we will continue, and I believe this might be the last slide. For anyone watching and for staff that are here, thank you so much for allowing us to get through the 23-24 school year. Trustees, I want to thank you. You do not have an easy job. You have a thankless job, and you come always with the best intentions at heart, and you all talk about students all the time. So I appreciate that, and thank you for your leadership, because you also are contributors to allowing us to get through the 23-24 school year. So everyone have a wonderful summer. If you're out there, enjoy and be safe, and we shall see you next month. We have a board meeting. We'll see them in August. Right.
One thing that it was said to us, I think it was in our governance training, that school boards whose agenda is basically academic increases test scores. And I think that this year we have really taken that to heart, because we haven't been messing around. It's always on academics.
Well, I want to say, and that's due in part with Beth, because our focus before Beth was financial.
Yeah.
And so now it's no longer the financial focus.
There you go.
It is,
I
it is
understand.
the team.
I understand, but
Yeah.
you know, the person leading that financial piece
Right,
of the district is you, as our CBO.
that's right.
And so building that confidence and building that resilience and understanding of what the budget means and how to have a healthy budget and being able to say no to certain people, even though it doesn't come across well, you know, it's keeping us all within the lines, right? And so we're not coloring outside the lines and getting into trouble.
Right.
And we want to keep everyone we bring on board, and, you know, to our family. And so that is, I think, the focus of all of us, to always try to maintain that and be considerate of what we bring every year forward of positions and what it means and how it impacts us.
That's so true.
Yeah.
So true.
Okay. Let's go on to item 13, consent items. Is there a motion?
Yeah.
I move,
Do you know how many there are? Yeah. A through one.
I move that we approve the consent items 13A through U.
I'll second.
Jan?
Okay, roll call vote.
I,
I,
Aye. I'm an aye, that's 5-0, passes. Okay, item 14, our discussion action items, 14A, the adoption of resolution, and I believe it is. It'll be me. Okay.
Okay. So item 14A is resolution 21, 23 to 24, early retirement incentive for the unrepresented group. The unrepresented group consists of principals, directors, managers, coordinators, anyone that does not belong to the union, with the exception of the executive contracts, which would be the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, and the CBO. So what we have before you is a document similar to the document adopted for the retirement incentive offered to certificated staff and classified staff. The amount, as in past retirement incentives, mirrors the certificated dollar amount that was provided to the certificated bargaining group. And this particular resolution, if adopted tonight, would provide an early retirement incentive for those eligible, and the criteria is on the resolution. Must have been working with the district for 25 years or more, must be 55, age of 55 or more, must retire from STRS not later than September 30th. September 30th gives us a similar time frame as to when we adopted the classified and certificated one. We let them know, and then they had a period of time to decide. So this would mirror that same type of window, and it would provide an incentive of a lump sum of $40,000 to anybody who would be eligible and that would submit for retirement as a unrepresented employee.
How many do we need? Is there a quota? Like, I know we needed to have so many for it to make a difference for classified and certificated.
I believe that even with one, it would be a cost savings because of the salary amounts.
Yeah.
So we do not have a quota.
Okay.
That's only fair.
well, and is there a reason why they have to be split from the certificated? Because some are classified, is that why?
So certificated is belonging to a union.
Right.
They're
Okay,
represented by a bargaining group. The unrepresented could either be certificated or classified
Right,
or
okay,
confidential,
right.
and they don't have a union.
Right.
Okay. And, okay.
So I make a motion that we approve, sorry, Deb.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
do we have to have further discussion?
Are there any discussions? Questions? Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 21:23-24 early retirement incentive for the unrepresented group.
I second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. 14B, and that would be with Bev.
Have one.
Thank you. Or the picking up of the warrants.
Can I make a statement before, is it okay? We didn't get to compliment, we did not get to compliment the site councils at the school sites for the great job they did on the site plan. I don't know, I know.
At the end.
At the end, we can do that? Okay.
No, it's not even on the agenda, but we need to, we would have to bring that forward.
It's a
All
future
right.
agenda.
We can't-
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can't discuss it now. Sorry, Jan.
You can't get complimented, sorry.
Not right now.
So, Ms. Superintendent, will you do that for us?
Down. Bring it up.
Beth?
Good evening.
Good evening, Beth.
We have two resolutions on the agenda this evening, this one, and then we'll skip a few, and then we'll do another one, because it's just interesting to mix things up sometimes. There are two that we need to do annually for the County Office of Education. This one is individuals who can transport warrants from the county office. That would be any of our accounts payable checks or any of our payroll checks. And so this list is similar to that that we brought in the previous year. We have removed one of our managers who has gone on to bigger and better things, and we have added the accountant that was added to my department. Other than that, the names are still the same. So this evening, we're asking that you approve this as a custodial item, something we do all the time.
Any discussion? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve resolution number 23:2324, approving individuals to transport warrants 2024-2025.
So shouldn't the resolution say 24-25 for next year?
Doesn't,
I don't
right
know.
here?
It's the
Doesn't-
resolution for the
Yeah,
current
'cause
number.
Well, what you read,
Was the top of the,
yeah.
was the top of the
The
resolution.
resolution is done in this year, which is why it has a 23-24
Got it. Okay.
date, but it's for 24-25.
Okay.
Because if I don't do it now, this would be the second year in a row that we weren't able to pick up payroll checks, and the county office is not going to give me another pass. So, that's why we're bringing it now.
I'll second.
Okay, and roll call. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0. On to 14C, discussion and action on approval of the 24 to 27 HSD LCAP plan.
Yeah, since we have it memorized.
Tonight we're gonna have a little quiz. Yeah. Trustee Grist. Okay, so tonight we had our public hearing on the LCAP last month, and tonight before you is the LCAP as presented with our 3 goals. The chart is there. We have goal number 1, student achievement, with our 11 actions that support that. Goal 2 is staff success with our 3 actions, and goal 3 is our parent engagement and education goal with the supporting 3 actions. Are there any final questions before approval?
Any discussion?
Great job.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
You already moved? No, I mean, like, I've already done it, somebody else did it. I have to read her paper. Sorry. I move that we approve the 24 to 27 HSD Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0.
Great job.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 14D, discussion and action on approval of the 24-25 adoption budget. Thank you, Beth.
You're very welcome. So I'm not gonna take it personally that everybody left, because they left before we got to this.
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that I will say, and I thank Trustee Martinez for her very kind words, but potentially, the reason they're all gone is because they feel better about what we're doing, and that goes to your governance. Okay, I truly believe that. You went through some really tough times before I got here. You made some very tough decisions, and you have allowed this district to go forth in a very thoughtful manner in bringing back some of those tough decisions that you've made. So it's been very responsible, and maybe the room is not full because of the way you have approached this as we go along. So the credit goes to not only the team that I work with, but also to the governance team that sits before us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Now, you make our jobs a whole lot easier when you stick to it.
Well, we keep saying it, but the big thing, and I was talking to somebody at Gilroy, and when the focus is the kids, it's easy to do the job.
So this evening, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation because you've probably been presented out, for over the course of the last year. And while this is about kids, it's not really about kids, it's about supporting kids.
Right.
So I have prepared again this year a high-level, easy-read budget for both the board and for the public. We made copies. There's plenty left over. I might just send those out to the school sites. So I'm just going to hit a few highlights in here because I know that you have had an opportunity to see it, and it is attached to our board agenda for anybody out in the public. I'm not going to go through page by page. But if we start on page 6 of the document, which starts off with general fund assumptions and district revenue. Everything we do starts with the revenue that we get. The governor did, and the legislature has just recently adopted a 1.7% COLA for the coming year. In the middle of that page, I have given some time to a discussion on what that really means, because I think that's very important. 1.7% COLA is not the same for every district, and there's a lot of factors that have that influence that. For this district, we're going to receive 0.04% more money. That is a combination of both the COLA going up by a minor amount and our unduplicated pupil count going down.
Just for clarification, you kept saying 1.7, but it's 1.07.
0.07.
Okay, thank you.
That's a big difference.
It's just a zero.
But it's before the 7.
That's right, it is. You are quite right. And again, that goes to show you're paying attention. So,
Lisa caught that one.
Just like, is that right?
0.07. So that is 0.04%, less than 8%, much less than 1% of our increase in funding, because we are approaching this budget as we have the last one very conservatively. All right, I stated somewhere else in the budget, it is easier to add money to your budget after the year has started than to take it away. And so we are approaching it with that thought in mind. So translated into dollars, $7 per ADA more. Let that sort of sit in the room.
Right.
$26,000 more year over year is what we're getting in the LCFF calculation for next year. That means we have to continue to do the good job that we've been doing and have the progress that we've been having with our students on no more money. Honestly, no more money. So in presenting this, we've talked about it when we had our study session. We talked about it when we did our public hearing. We're using the same ADA as last year and the same enrollment as last year. When the students show up, we will fit them into classes as we have space permitting, and then we will hire teachers at that time. We realize that is a difficult time to hire teachers, but it is better for us to hire teachers when the students show up than to hire teachers ahead of time and not have the students. And if this was any other kind of a year, if we had the growth in revenue that we have had in the past, we might feel more confident in doing that. But but there's been a lot of work to stabilize this budget. And short of what's going on in Sacramento right now, we would have been in a really nice shape going into next year, and right now we're hanging on, okay? We're not in trouble, we're hanging on, and we need to hang on smartly. So the state funds school districts based on the greater of last year's ADA or this year's ADA. It's the at least we'll get approach to what's going on. So that's why we are budgeting that way, and then we will make adjustments as the students show up and as the ADA continues to increase. We think it will increase, but we're not betting on it yet until we actually see it.
And that will be in October when we.
It'll be in at P1, which will be in December.
Oh,
We'll
that's-
know in October when we have our CBATs.
Right.
But then at P1 in December, when we do that, we'll know whether or not all of the efforts that we're making are making a difference in our ADA.
And
Okay.
so, and then on this 56 million that we're gonna have for next year to start our July 1st with?
We'll talk about that when we get to reserves, because
Okay.
I want to keep it in context,
all
okay?
right, okay.
So we had two very, very flush years in California for schools.
Yes.
We had a 13%, we had an 8%, and now we're going down to nothing. And so the way the state of California funds schools is, it goes, and we have a Prop 98 guarantee, and I'm using air quotes because guarantees are soft guarantees. And we get funded on this year's money based on what we start to report, and then they go back and they recertify that attendance and that funding for what did the state get in for this year, and then they'll redo that in the 24-25 year. And then in the 25-26 year, when all of the information is in, they go back and they recast it, and then they give us more money. And the Prop 98 guarantee is supposed to be a minimum, sort of a maintenance and effort, and it goes up year after year. The governor got together with CTA and they came up with a deal. I'm not saying the deal is bad, but I'm going to share with you what the deal is. You have a salary, and your boss tells you, I know I should have paid you more money last month. I just don't have the money this month for it, but I'll pay you next month for it. But then next month, I'm going to take some of the money that I need to pay you next month, and I'm going to defer it for 1 more year. But I promise you that in 2 years, I will be keeping accounting of what I haven't paid you, and then over the next 5 years, I will slowly pay that back.
Oh, it's like,
That is
sounds
the
like
Cliff Notes
RSUs.
version. Cliff Notes simplified as
That was the deferred back in the
That's,
2008.
that is the deferred back in the day, but the deferred back in the day always gave us credit for the money that we should have gotten. They just didn't pay it all to us. And on those days, they took a year's worth of funding away from us in deferrals, and so we were always catching up.
Right.
This is the,
And then we
I'll
had
gladly pay you Tuesday
borrow.
for an education today.
We had to get loans
We
back
had
then
to get
too.
loans back then. So one of the better things that came out of this is the fact that they're going to keep track of this maintenance factor.
Right.
One of the bad things about it is it's going to take us years to get the money, but they promise that they're going to pay us that money. Now, the Prop 98 guarantee is law, and the promise is just a promise that's been put into an assembly bill. So we will be watching this very carefully.
Yeah, because it's gonna go to court.
Well, I don't know if it's going to go to court or not, but we're going to be
it
watching it
hasn't
very
been voted
carefully
on yet.
because there are districts that are in far worse shape than we are, that are truly declining in enrollment.
Right.
And they have been, so they have to accept that.
Yes.
So rather than getting $7 more, they are really getting less money.
Yes.
So, it's
Isn't
going to
there
be.
only three districts that, or 3 counties that have increased enrollment in
Possibly.
the state? Yeah, that means 55 or.
And one more thing before I move on this one. Yes, we do have a lot of building in the area, but if those students are in the K-3-4 and the parents are working in Morgan Hill, if I were that parent, and I'm sure that they're out there, I'm going to be working, my student is going to be working, going to schools where I can go to their assembly, their nurse's call, their whatever, within 10 to 15 minutes, not an hour and a half to 2 hours. Usually, it'll be when they're a little bit more self-sufficient that will come in here.
Sure.
Okay. We've got great schools, that's not the issue.
Right.
The issue is, we've all been mothers, and we know how we want to be near our kids. So that's what I think is going on out there. All right, enough of that. skipping forward, if we go to page 8 in the budget document, what I've done is I put together a little history and some projections for what's been going on with our ADA. Back in 1920, which was the shutdown year, but we got mostly through the year, we got through P2. You can see where our enrollment in the dark blue and our ADA in the gray ended up. Actually, it's a 2021 year, I guess. Anyway, after that, the state said, we'll let you go ahead and get funded on what that last P2 was, regardless of what your ADA is, regardless of whether or not those students are showing up online or not. And our enrollment actually went up, and then our enrollment went down.
Right.
Well, here we are, second set of bars from the top, we're at 23-24. Our enrollment has gone up to more than 5,700 students. Our ADA is not quite keeping pace with where we are, but it's doing a lot better than it was. And a lot of that has to do with the increased focus, the targeted focus on attendance, and all of the various different initiatives, and our partnership with the high school.
Right.
And I think that there's also going to be, we'll also see some improvements because we have aligned our calendars so that there's not days off when there's school and vice versa.
That is a big one.
Yeah, the older kids end up being babysitters.
Yes.
You know, if the older kids are out of school, well, then everybody is going to go,
Right.
you know, that way.
Yeah.
So I think that there's going to be a lot of factors that are going to influence this. But again, we're going to wait until it shows up before we actually start taking credit for it.
Sure.
The next couple of pages will show you some details. People will talk about the various types of revenue we have coming in, Title I and special ed. You can look and you can see the state lottery was not the end-all, save-all of schools. It's really less than 2%, and it has been less than 2% forever. I appreciate everybody who buys a ticket, but it's on there because people think that there's a lot of money coming out of the lottery going into schools. There is a lot of money, but as a percentage of our budget, it's really not that much.
The impact of the independent study. I know they were trying to, supposedly trying to help schools. And I don't think they realized how much of a burden it's going to be on the schools to try to make it smaller. You can, for one day, try to capture ADA. And by the time the kid comes back, I don't understand the purpose of all of that. And I don't know if that was going to help us or hurt us in that sense of trying to.
I agree with you. I think it's more of a burden than it is a help.
Okay.
Because sometimes parents don't know they're going to need to be out as long as they're going to be out on the first day.
Right.
And certainly one of the reasons that they did that were some of the school closures due to fires and floods in the last couple 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to be closed for an emergency, you have to offer independent study. Now, that's fine if you're a legislator sitting behind a desk in Sacramento, not if you're a teacher sitting in a place that's just flooded and you can't get to school and maybe your internet's not in. And even if you would love to see your kids
can't either.
Your kids can't do that either. So get the dynamics of that. It's an idea that needs a lot of fleshing out, and let's just cross our fingers that we don't actually have to deal with it for a while.
Okay.
So we've got district revenue by the type, and then we have district revenue based on the students. You can see that 75% of our money comes in for all students, and then there's some specialties. Now if we go to page 11, this is our staffing plan. There have been some pretty big changes since our public hearing, and I apologize for that. I rushed in, got a whole bunch of stuff together, and then when I sat down to actually get the reports that backed everything up in order to put it in, it's like, oh my gosh, we added a whole lot more than that. Now, again, it's still in primarily in categorical funds, but let's take a look at what's going on here. So we've got our total FTEs up in the first paragraph, but certificated staff will increase by 9 FTE. Now, those are 2 transitional kindergarten classes. We talked about that. 5 art teachers, 1 psychologist, 1 career exploration teacher. All of these are being paid for out of some type of categorical fund, all right? None of these are unrestricted. Some of these are limited time funds, but we have a lot of that limited time on them, and we'll talk about them. As a strategy to make sure that we survive, in a similar manner to the way we have been addressing all of our ESSER COVID funds. Make sure that we are utilizing them for good uses to continue the program that we're offering, and then make sure that we also don't send any money back. We are looking at some of the funding that we have here and that limited time funding to fund all of these. With the promise that the state will be in a much better shape in 5 years, we will, again, we'll start talking about it in about 2 years, where they are, what we have to take a look at, and developing plans and sharing plans with you on how we roll those back out.
Are these gonna be hired as temps or as full-time? How are these being hired?
So they'll be hired as full-time. Some of them have been hired already. We have the life of the grant, so to speak, to determine where we can swap out the funding.
Right.
So we don't have to hire them as temps then?
We can. Sometimes staff shy away from,
Well,
or
yeah.
candidates shy away from applying to a temporary position. And in this day and age where staffing is an area.
Hard to get?
Yeah,
Okay, I just was, because
good question.
then we have to, if we have to, then we have to do a RIF, right?
Well, no, it'd be a release, but we're hoping we don't have to do that.
Yes.
We're not
Right.
approaching it that way
Right.
at this point.
Right, okay.
And I'll just point out the biggest chunk, the 5 art teachers, that is continuing funding.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Okay, so,
And then we can also think about working with attrition. So for example,
Right,
every
okay.
year staff either resign or are released or
Or
retire,
Mhm.
and then we plug them in, so to speak,
Okay.
to the budget that way.
Okay,
classified staffing, we increased by 17.5 FTE. Now, that's probably the biggest change from our public hearing. And that one I completely spaced out. So we'll start with the 2 TK8s, which we shared last time.
Mhm.
And we also went back after hearing the input, which is the reason we have a public hearing, okay, on the custodians.
Yes.
And we came up with a way that we could add custodians at the comprehensive middle schools where the largest impact from the public
Mhm.
hits us, and so we've added those. But I had already previously added, and didn't put it on the sheet before, 14 potential instructional aides. And that's a response to our recently negotiated contract language with HESTA on class sizes for TK and K.
Okay.
Okay, so we worked very hard with HESTA to come up with a solution that we both felt was both fiscally supportable and address the needs of the teachers in the classrooms and the students in those
children,
classrooms. Exactly. So that's the biggest one that's in there. Those are on an as-needed basis, and those are categorically funded right now with from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant.
Mhm.
More adults in the classroom allow the teacher to have more effective teaching.
Mhm.
And if we can start, while these students aren't necessarily in learning recovery, if you start them younger and give them that strong leg up, then they don't end up being a student that potentially is in intervention or needs those interventions going on. So
May I ask, it says here on the classified staff, 2 night custodians. Are we thinking about like adding one midday and then you have one at night, so you start in the morning? The reason I say that is because of lunch. When we have 2 at night, we'd rather have one like midday to help through the lunch, and as the kids come in for the after school, they help pick up that way.
But that's, like, I know the high school, our campus supervisors assist with helping pick up the garbage. And if the custodian, the lead custodian is out actively during the day, during lunches, it's actually doable.
Well, I think it's something that our
But that's
facility.
part of negotiating.
Right, okay.
these are currently structured this way specifically to address the impact on the facilities in the evening.
Okay.
And so that there will be, so that theoretically, and I don't plan out their day, but theoretically, the picture looks like the regular night custodian gets to do what he needs to do and doesn't have to stop every 5 minutes in order to address the need of the public.
Right.
Okay, so that's
Gotcha.
here. On management, we've still only added 1 FTE management staff, although there have been changes. So we have budgeted for a coordinator of early childhood education programs that's funded out of federal special ed funds going forward. And we have a manager in fiscal services has been replaced with a manager of maintenance and operations. So it's a swap. And we replaced one principal with an assistant principal.
And your accountant falls under which category?
My accountant falls into, well, she's not being added for next year. She's already here, so she's not in any of those.
Okay.
But it's
It was added in the
classified,
current
it's a
year.
classified position.
Okay.
Classified position.
Okay, because that should, I mean, it wasn't something we had before. And
No, but
she's being added like right now, right?
she's added a month and a half
Oh, a
ago.
month and a half ago?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, because I know we had talked about that position as well.
Yeah.
But it's not, I don't know how
No.
you reflect it, you
No,
know,
and
moving
you know,
forward.
that's a tough one because we've done things throughout the year and I really
As
just.
the added position.
Would it
Yeah.
be under salaries?
Huh?
It would be under salaries, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's in the salary, so she's included in there. It just, I didn't do the accounting for the FTE because technically speaking, she's already here. And she won't
This
be.
is for next year.
This is for
Right,
next year.
right.
Got it.
So, but you're right, we do have an accountant over there where we didn't have an accountant before.
Okay.
Other interesting tidbits on here are the increase in our health and welfare. Those did not go up, the health insurance itself, cost did not go up by the 8% we were anticipating. We actually only saw a 6.89% increase for the district.
But in the audit, it was 5%.
That was a year before.
Okay.
So
That was the 22-23 year, this is the
Okay.
25-26 year, or 24-25 year.
So I know, with the health insurance, each plan, I know because we, you know, I do it with VSEA, each plan that you have has its own increase. It varies between plans.
Based on the products that are available. the
Correct.
Coverage,
Yes, you know, because I know for us, we have 6 plans we can choose from. And so even the 100% plans, the 90s, the 80s, there is a variation of increases. So I don't know, the
That's
6
an
point
Is the cost to the district
of the 90
of our cap,
of your cap.
right,
Got it.
based on the language that's in the bargaining units, which is like an 80% plan.
Got it. So
And
our
so-
overall now cost for full-time is $20,456.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're probably covering, if not more than the high school covers now for,
Possibly, but not as high
ours
as
is a hard
others.
cap, but since yours has been a floating cap, I think you probably surpassed.
I would love a hard cap. Budgetarily, I would love a hard cap.
No, of course, we've had a hard cap for the last 12 years or more, 12, 14 years, yeah.
How does that happen?
It's through
It's negotiations.
negotiations.
I see.
It generally, it started with the teachers.
But they make more money.
They do, but
But they
it's
get
an,
more
im-
ADA.
it's an impact, I mean, financially,
No, but they make more money.
you know,
Because
the-
salary.
but
Because they get
I
more
appreciate
ADA
the
per child.
figure of
Yeah.
the percentage.
For
Yeah,
sure.
and that's the percentage of that it'll increase in October.
Yes, and actually, we start charging in August.
Okay,
So, retirement plans, no changes in STRS, changes in PERS, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at PERS,
Yeah.
as we go into next year, 27 cents of every dollar that we pay
It's
to a
just
classified
terrible.
employee is matched or is paid by the district for the retirement.
That's so
I'm very
crazy.
grateful that you hire me, because I'm classified. It's a really, really comforting to know that I've got this kind of retirement plan,
retirement, yeah,
but this is the cost of it.
yeah.
I know.
Okay, and it's gonna continue to go
we-
up.
We have to lobby this.
Yeah.
It's just, we have to lobby.
So the final thing on that page is that there are no, we have not budgeted for any increases to salary schedules in this because we have not even begun negotiations really with either group yet to actually sit down.
Okay.
The following page just shows you that our district benefits are keeping pace with where they were last year.
And our 70% of the total general fund is in expenditures.
Is in expenditures. 78% of the general fund expenditures are budgeted for the benefit of employees. 92% of the unrestricted side of the budget alone,
So when you're saying 78 of the whole
which
big,
includes categoricals.
right, big budget, because, I mean, there's people that walk away with that understanding, you know, we're at 78%, we're doing really great, but then when you're, the majority of the unrestricted, right, in personnel is 92% of the unrestricted. Because we do have some in the restricted side
We do.
under personnel,
Some will
correct?
say that's too high.
Yes, We do. You know, and that's the point. Out of the entire budget, both restricted and unrestricted, 78% is going to the benefit of the employees that we employ to support our students in the classroom, whether it be supporting the teachers or custodians or cafeteria workers. That's where that money is going, and 22% pays for everything else that is done in this district. Non-employee costs are summarized in the next page. We already talked about the site allocations. They come 100% out of lottery. Routine restricted maintenance, its contribution is based on statute. We need to put 3% in there as a max, 3% of our total expenditures. So they're going up to $3 million next year. Of that $3 million, $600,000 is transferred out to the deferred maintenance. That is a normal process for deferred maintenance funding. Even though the state does not pay us anything, this is the traditional way for the district to put in their match. And we've established that deferred maintenance fund about a year and a half ago. And it remains in there for some of those bigger, but not quite, I need to do a new roof type of a thing. I mean, you could do a new roof with it. In our school facility needs analysis, we've identified some very big ticket items, some littler items, and some more routine items. And Mr. Rosetta and his staff are tackling everything on those more routine as they possibly can. And then some of those things on deferred maintenance. And if we need to contract out, we pull out deferred maintenance for some things. And so I would say that we are utilizing the money that hadn't been there for years. Plant services include custodial grounds. The allocations are based equally on a per square footage basis and on the number of students at a school site. We currently have 675,000 square feet of building to be maintained. That is not grounds, that is building alone. And then there's grounds on top of that. So just so that we've got a sense of perspective. Insurance premiums are projected to increase by 20%. We, as every other school district, is a victim of social inflation and some of the bigger headline items that are going on in the state of California: fires, floods, and of course sexual assault and molestation jury awards. So it could have been worse. Pretty happy with where it is. Contributions to restricted programs are on page 14. Special ed went up by $1.5 million. That's just the cost of people, pretty much the cost of people for that program. Indirect costs, we charge those out to any and all categorical programs that will allow that to recoup some of the overhead that is incurred by the district in order to run the district.
And the other thing is that I think one of our goals should be that we need to start lobbying and writing letters and that kind of stuff to DC and Sacramento for more funding for special ed. Because, you know, it's just crazy.
That's
we had
gonna,
families that actually went and did that
Yeah.
this summer.
yeah, but we're gonna have an election, and depending on who wins,
Well,
that may change. That's all I gotta say.
well, but the other thing is though that the rate of diagnosing, like for example, autism, in 10 years it's gone from 66 to 1 to 33 or something to 1 now.
I know.
It's just
So on page 15, as we broke down revenue, I'm breaking down expenditures by cost code or cost classification so that we can see our bigger chunks. And then on page 16, we broke it down by function. So we have cost classification and then we have functions. And the functions are the what are we doing and why we're doing what we're doing. So 65% is on direct instruction with another 10%, almost 11% on instruction-related services. So 77% of our total budget is going to instruction and instructional-related services, as it should be. Okay. The next couple of pages hit the highlights of the local control accountability plan, which you just previously approved. Thank you very much. And then on page 19, we hit the district reserves, and you've got a historical presentation and some projections. Right now, the state of California school districts are operating under a reserve cap of 10%, unless it has been committed or the board has taken additional action. For districts of our size, we have that 10%. What's going on in Sacramento? We have the district cap for this year of 10%, and we are likely not to have that cap next year. It's one of those things that fluctuates based on how we're funded. And with our funding going down as low as it has, we're not likely to, the state is not likely to have that 10%. Now, that doesn't mean that we're gonna change because we have a board resolution, or actually board policy, that says that we need to have a 10%. So, more on that as we hear where we're going. But you will notice on this chart that the biggest chunk of this is in that sort of tan sand colored line. That's categoricals. And certainly in the 22-23 year, that's going to be some of those ESSER funds that came in. The Arts and Music Emergency, or Arts and Music and Instructional Materials Block Grant is in those funds. It's what's sitting in that fund balance. And so we are slowly eating away on that fund balance. And after that, we give a brief explanation of the various different funds we have in the district. And we finish up with a 20,000-foot level of a fund summary. The entire district budget, general fund, unrestricted and categorical, cafeteria deferred maintenance building fund, the beginning balance where we think that we're going to end this year, what we anticipate as revenue in, expenses out, and transfers between, and then our ending balance at the end of this year for the budget that we're asking you to adopt this evening. So that is that 20,000-foot level. It doesn't have a lot of detail in it, but it gives you a picture of the district as a whole of $56 million in the district by the end of next year if everything happens exactly perfect, which it won't.
Okay, so of this 56,646,000 that supposedly on July 1st we'll have.
On June 30, 2025.
Oh, 2025,
At
okay.
the end of next year.
Right.
Because that's what this budget is. It's the
Right.
24-25 budget.
So, like, first off, remember how you gave us the lecture on cash is king? Are we okay on that?
We're okay on that.
Okay, so
Because for the most part, those middle two, the building fund and the capital facilities fund, that's cash. That's the cash that they have in there.
Oh, okay, so we're good that way.
Yes. And we have ed code that says that we do internal borrowing first before we have to go out for external loans.
Okay,
The tax revenue and anticipation notes that you have to do back in the deferral days. Okay, we would have to borrow first.
Okay.
We have to pay it back with interest, but we have to borrow first. So cash is not our current challenge. It's revenue coming in and sustainability and making sure that we don't deficit spend too much.
Well, that's what, so my next question is, how, in regards to meeting payroll, if they deficit us, are we gonna be okay?
So in your ugly pages, SACS documents.
Yeah, right.
You should have a couple of colored pages that look like this. Show it to the screen, and I'm going to show it to you guys. This is your cash flow. You have it. It's in there.
Yeah, mine's not green.
No, it's not green. No, it was printed. It's not green. So this is a projection of where our cash will be over the next couple of years.
Okay.
If they defer it, debts are off. But cash, we still have cash. We still have the developer fee fund balance. We still have some bond funds, neither one of which we want to actually access. They're not anything that we can actually operate on. But for short-term borrowing, they are there, so that I am not concerned that we will make our payroll. At any time in the next 2 years, I am not concerned that we will have a problem making our payroll.
Okay. Have we received our property tax for April yet? Okay.
In April.
Oh, we received it in April? Oh, that quickly, huh?
November and April.
So you know, the auditor had mentioned that we had received 60 million in bonds. Is that?
He's doing a bond accounting in the total bonds. He's looking at all of the N, the M, the V that we had that they still have to account on and they have to do footnotes on. That's all of those bonds. That's not, we don't have $60 million in bond funds right now.
Okay.
But the flip side of it, which is required to be in our audited financial statement, is the debt on the bond. And this is an interesting little concept which trips up a lot of school districts sometimes. We have this debt and we have to pay back those bonds. We as a school district are not responsible for paying back any of those general obligation bonds. The general obligation bonds are a debt to our local property holders because they voted for that bond and they voted to have their property assessed for the cost of that bond, and it's collected over the course of time by the auditor treasurer's office. We never, ever, ever get anywhere near that money. They collect it and they pay it on our behalf. But because it's a debt that was incurred by the district in the form of a general obligation bond, it has to show up on our financial statements. It does not show up in what you're looking at this evening. It only shows up on our audit report.
Okay.
And are we able to refinance to bring the rates down for our fellow citizens?
Districts have refinanced bonds before, but I don't know where we are in that process right now.
And it doesn't look good now anyway.
Yeah, with the Fed rate being up the way it is, probably not favorable, but
Yeah.
and usually you do it as you're getting closer.
Yeah.
Or you're getting ready to do another bond and you want to bring the total debt down.
Yeah.
The assessed value down.
Okay.
So,
Got it.
that is my presentation for this evening.
Yes.
It was longer than I anticipated, but thank you very much again for being
Thank
so
you.
attentive and asking
Very
great
thorough.
questions.
Well, yeah, and this was very easy to understand.
Thank you. So we've had a lot of discussion. Is there any more discussion? Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the 2024-25 adopted budget.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
I am an aye, and Trustee O'Connor is absent, so passes 4-0. Okay, item 14E, public hearing 2024, reserve in excess of minimum requirement. We've now opened the public hearing. Any comments? No? Okay, we are now closing the public hearing.
So this is another one of those things, and it relates to will we have to have a 10% cap or not going forward? We do have to have there is a 10% cap in place, but the board has taken steps to actually identify certain funding reserves that we need as a district, part and parcel to the history that you have and making sure that you hopefully won't have to do it again. So there are two things that are in our fund balance, and we've talked about these a couple of times at interim. The first is the state of California requires that any unspent funds in our local control accountability plan roll over from year to year for the benefit of those students that generated that money. Because they require we carry it over, even if it's in the unrestricted fund, we treat it as a pseudo-categorical. I have a discussion on that in there. Okay, that's my word, that's not their word, I made it all up. But it really puts into context what we're doing with this. So one of the first things we do is we say, what do we think our anticipated carryover is going to be for the LCAP? And we reserve that out because we can't use that money
For anything else?
arbitrarily for anything else that might come up and potentially be negotiated.
Correct.
The other player that we have in the room is we have Board Policy 3100, where the board said that we will strive to have a 10% reserve. So then I reserve the balance of that to get to as close to 10%. We are not at 10% yet. But that's what this is saying, is that, yes, while we have more than the 3% reserve, and yes, we have more than 10%, this is what we are doing with it based on these two things that are significant within our district. So we have to do this every year to disclose to the public, all of them, what our fund balance is and what we're doing with it, and then I have to attach this to the adopted budget and give it to my county office of education. So at this point, we're asking the board to adopt this.
I make a motion that we adopt the 24-25 reserve in excess of minimum requirement.
I'll second it.
Okay, Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Marks?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 4-0.
You know what the approximate percent was on this overage?
I don't, but I think I put it in there. think it's in your budget document. And I will look for it and I will provide it to the superintendent and she can, share that out with you, after our meeting.
I think it's important to know because we still may get deficit, may get deferred payment from, we don't know what the state's gonna do to us.
No, we don't, but there's a difference between your fund balance and deferral payments. That payment is owed to us, but we're not gonna get the cash yet.
I understand that, that's why it's important to have the reserve.
Right.
That's why I think it's important that we know the amount, so that the public knows what we have, so that we can pay our bills.
Well, again, I'll look it up, I'll share it
Right.
with the superintendent, and I will make a note
Is
for.
my thinking correct here?
Your thinking is getting close. I mean, your train of thought is right, in fact, that we need to be attentive to these things, absolutely. But I will make a note when we come back for unaudited actuals that we talk about this, because then we'll have the balance.
Right,
And the
right.
number for the end of this year that we're gonna close, and it'll be more meaningful discussion at that time.
Okay,
Yeah, because right now it's.
I know, but you see where I'm coming from, I just wanna make sure we got the money to pay the salary.
You're thinking ahead.
Yeah, I just wanna be able to pay the bills.
Which is why we don't have a crowd in the room.
Okay, 14F, adoption of resolution 22-23-24, authorizing the approval of signers for personnel.
Didn't we already do this?
No.
These were
Okay.
transferring
Yeah.
warrants.
I make a motion,
Wait, doesn't she have to?
oh,
I don't have to say anything, this is
Okay.
something that we take every year.
yeah.
Okay, okay.
Make a motion.
I make a motion that we adopt resolution 22, number 22:23-24. In approving authorized signers for personnel payroll orders 2024 to 2025.
I'll second.
Trustee Gris.
Aye.
Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 5-0, 4-0, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, 14G, discussion and approval of the 24-25 tentative agreements.
Okay, good evening, board. After several months of bargaining with the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association, we have come to tentative agreements and side letters and memorandums of understanding on various topics. The district team would like to thank the HESTA bargaining group for their collaboration, for their time in working towards some of these agreements. Some of the highlights include working on an agreement for Article 7, class size, where we will be having a pilot program that will allow for us to hire instructional assistants, as we heard in the budgetary presentation. The pilot program runs through the school year 2026 through 2027. As the funding lasts that long, and we will have time to see if it is effective, if we can find other funding, and so on. So that is a highlight. For Article 9, we talked about rainy day schedules, we came to agreements on language and so on. As you can see in the agenda, I delineate the rest of the highlights. One of the exciting features that I do want to talk about is the individual professional development days. This is an agreement that would allow certificated staff choice to opt in to picking their professional development, aside from and in addition to the professional development provided by the district. What this does is it allows for them to focus in on an area that perhaps they are interested in. And it goes through an approval process through the Educational Services Department, and we are also using categorical funding for that as well. So as you can see, we've done a lot of work, and we look forward to the remaining work that we have up and coming in the new school year with the certificated staff and also our classified staff through bargaining. Are there any questions in regards to item G?
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the HSD HESTA agreement for Articles 7, 9, 10, additional individual professional development days, sped service logs, and new educator support teacher program.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 4-0. 14H, discussion and approval of workplace violence prevention plan.
Okay, so item H is born from a Senate bill that was passed by 5-3 that does not provide the district any additional funding or resources to implement. So this is something that we have looked at Cal OSHA guidance, we have looked at Keenan guidance, we have looked at what other districts have done. Some districts hire companies to write these plans or collaborate with them. What we've done is come up with a plan that meets all of the Cal OSHA requirements in a simplified fashion. Our comprehensive school safety plans are the robust, big plans that we do work with Knowledge Saves Lives as a company to help us write. Those are massive. This one, because it is our first year and it is a immediate rollout, I would say, triggered by this Senate bill, is a little bit simpler, or a lot simpler, and we will be working with our staff to make more robust, and we will be working with staff to make this reflective of any changes in guidance. There was some indications that guidance potentially would change because there's no money attached to this. What it does is it allows for the district to come up with a plan that calls out for specific training for staff, different communications, different recording logs, different delineation of what staff must do when workplace violence takes place. We would hope, but one cannot live on hope alone, that workplace violence never takes place. In reality, we have to be reactive to it. We have to be proactively ready. And this is something, if approved tonight, and legally we do have to approve it before July 1st, we will train and work with our site administrators. Our human resources department will have a very specific role. Our facilities department will have a very specific role. Our team and our staff will have very specific roles on how to implement this. Again, this is in conjunction with our comprehensive school safety plans, and we are meeting Cal OSHA standards and labor code by providing this workplace violence prevention plan tonight. Are there any questions?
Well, you and I had a discussion about verbal
Yes.
assault. Can you explain that a little bit?
Okay. Verbal exchange in of itself is not considered violence, a form of violence under Cal OSHA. If verbal exchanges lead to, for example, a physical altercation or a fatal altercation, then it is included in the incident because it is part of the totality of the altercation. However, if there's a exchange of words between two employees or two or more employees, that by itself it is not considered violent.
So that would be harassment then? Or?
That could be harassment. It could be unprofessional conduct. It could be, definitely a personnel matter that we would have to look into.
But if someone felt unsafe because of what they said,
then that could, there's different criteria. For example, if it is something that is consistent, is it part of a hostile work environment? Is it part of a harassment type of claim? I think it depends on the factors that are attached to this. Example of if it's just a one-time
right,
and I never see you again type of deal, it could be reported as an incident. It could also be reported so that we can draft a stay-away letter. The district does draft stay-away letters when there is a verbal altercation. In the last 2 years, that number has gone up because of different behaviors that we find in the parking lots between parents or between parents and the staff.
Right.
Unfortunately.
So how do we, I guess what I'm asking is, how do we protect our staff? How do we protect employee versus employee? Should there be something in here that states that verbal assault is dealt with in a certain other category? I mean, how does an employee know where to go?
So every school, for example, has administrators on campus.
Right, they'll tell them that.
So when somebody feels unsafe, it is everybody's job as a district employee to report a situation where they feel unsafe. That's part of board policy, that's part of training for new staff, that's part of what we remind staff of. We have, I work with Keenan on 5-minute safety, monthly trainings and so on. One of the points that's always reiterated to staff on an annual basis is safety is the responsibility of everyone.
Right.
So for example, if I feel unsafe, my job as an employee would be to go report it. Who do I report it to? I would report it to my supervisor. Sometimes, it is as simple as it's a misunderstanding. Sometimes it's not a misunderstanding and it is a root cause of something different. Sometimes it leads to, having to facilitate a conversation between two employees. It just depends. The factors, I think, are so unique to each situation that it would be difficult. We have board policy on safety. We have board policy on workplace behavior. We have board policy on professional standards. We have contract language in the classified bargaining unit that talks about staff being responsible to create work in harmonious environments. So all of those points, I would say, cover the verbal exchange. Good question.
Okay.
Any more discussion, questions?
Only because I was a part of developing the course of action for the high school on the workplace prevention program. And their approach was similar, like what you had said, that they worked with Knowledge Saves Lives, only because, as you've indicated, they've done the more comprehensive, and because of legislation, I think and their background being in law enforcement, I was very surprised at what some of the things captured through this legislative process. Now you have to report, because she didn't say anything about Cal OSHA. So, but I was taken back by how detailed, any interaction between, it could be a student, it could be a parent, it could be staff to staff, however. And so part of it was understanding that what it captures, right? We did a little mini survey. We brought in different people from different categories. We had our certificated, of course, but night custodians have a different experience perhaps to this that a day custodian would have, or an instructional aide, or someone in the office or the front office dealing with parents. So trying to capture what a distinct perspective throughout the district, and understanding what that looks like, right, from all perspectives. And then there was language particularly about what the unions stood for, what they felt was important for teachers specifically, and what was important for classified. So I know the PowerPoint presentation that they're probably presenting tonight as well at their board meeting was really, I think it was easy to read and easy to follow, to kind of get an idea of what they did to see what it looks like, right, through those through the lens of, because I mean, the language is the language. It's the same regardless of whether you're a high school or elementary school district. The law is law. So I think it would be nice to just get a good understanding, so that, again, that collaborative understanding
Mhm.
for our parents especially, so that, you know, this
yeah,
is a
that
new
we're on
law,
the
this
same
is
page.
a new impact, that
Mhm.
the high school's gonna, you know,
That makes
treat
sense.
this incident in this fashion, that we try to, you know, emulate that same response. Because
Right.
again, we're dealing with law enforcement many times
Yes.
as well, and they're coming on to the scene,
Mhm.
addressing some of these situations, but, so that we understand what, I know it was last minute, and it was like, okay, you gotta get this done by July 1.
Yeah.
So I think that was the urgency, to kind of put something out and then refine it.
Yes, so thank you for those points. The guidance, the legal guidance establishes what types of violence there are.
Correct.
So you know, delineation on page 7 and 8 of the different types of violence are parallel to what the high school would define as types of violence.
Yes.
When we look at involving and making this more robust, in the future, I think that if we plan for an additional cost, we could have Knowledge Saves Lives help us with this process. So I believe the contract for the comprehensive school safety plans is somewhere in between $30,000 and $40,000 with Knowledge Saves Lives. Knowing that we could take the training for Keenan, because they're our provider, knowing that we can look at what Cal OSHA has in place, we can look at what other districts have in place. I chose this route because of the cost efficiency being so close to the end of the school year,
Right.
and that we would have to really establish something that becomes baseline, and then with the recommendation of the principals, when they come back in August, what else needs to be in here?
Right.
When we talk with the staff, what else needs
Right.
to be in here?
Right.
For example, Cal OSHA states that an animal attack is
Yes.
violence.
Yes.
Not all districts
Yes.
are classifying
Yeah.
an animal attack
Right.
as a form of violence.
Right. It depends on where you live, right?
It depends on where you
Yeah.
live, but I would rather follow the strict guidance
Yes.
of someone who would come and check on us, like Cal OSHA, than, you know, take the chance and not have a really aligned plan with what's required.
Right.
So I think that this would be our baseline, and then we go on from there.
But I also agree with Liz that we have for our families.
Sure.
Since that our families are together, that we have something that is common, you know, so that our families are getting the same
Because you had
message.
said, you know, even with policing, you know, the response as they come onto campus and what the expectation is, you know, law enforcement is law enforcement. Their
Mhm.
reaction to whether it's a elementary Calaveras school site or the high school, they're still
Right.
going to respond in a certain
Yes.
method,
Yes.
right? That's going to be pretty much universal throughout this whole county
Yes.
in response.
And
right?
then that would be part of the comprehensive school safety plans,
Right.
Mhm.
because that's the actionable part.
Mhm.
So what this does, and what Cal OSHA really wants us to do, is to track
Yes.
any type of workplace violence.
Right.
And so what it does is that it requires the district to come up with a form so that we can log separately than like a injury incident
Right.
form,
Correct.
and keep track of for, I believe it's 5 years.
Yes.
What the incident was that was violent.
Mhm.
So this is for staff. So our families will know that we have a workplace violence prevention plan, because we'll have to in my opinion, this should go on the website.
Mhm.
We will need to definitely communicate with staff. If approved tonight, we'll definitely need to communicate this with the new employees, make this form readily available for staff to fill out, and make sure that everybody knows what this means. It wouldn't be filled out by a parent.
Right.
It would be filled out, for example, if act of violence takes place and there is a parent on campus and they want to report something, we could do that.
Well, yeah, that for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, we'd have to.
The actionable steps, like what law enforcement does, what the fire department does, what we do as far as our drills and all of that, that lives in the comprehensive school safety plan.
Right.
Could we mesh the two? Absolutely. It would just take a little bit of time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that was I think another key component that we were trying to develop what that training would look like. Because I know you have PD for teachers specifically outlined right for them.
Sure.
That you could possibly incorporate something like this, but we don't have something for classified and trying to develop, better understanding of certain things, doing like classified PD trainings on the early days that almost like, I know you have so many different schools, but at the high school, we have designated like each quarter doing like a classified meeting. So throughout the day, we're at one site, but we have like the 3 different time frames so that staff can actually
Different
attend
shifts.
a meeting at 8 or one at 12 or whatever we, and that was very common so that we could have different introductions to new things like this so that people are aware, they understand. But I don't know how that would work here to get an understanding of what this means.
So I know that at the school sites, for example, one of the first staff meetings or a separate staff meeting, it typically is held so that staff can go over the Keenan trainings. Because Keenan has a workplace violence video attached, we would require that beginning in August when everybody comes in. Along with that, an explanation of what this is and where to find it on the website would need to take place so that it's all coupled together and takes place in a time that's conducive for not just the certificated staff, but also the classified. I agree, holding perhaps a separate meeting to accommodate for the different shifts, because we do have different shifts.
Right.
We do that now with the, at some sites with the 5-minute safety plans, where the assistant principals call in staff at a certain time of the day. That is not during what is typically the certificated staff meeting time.
Okay.
So we will definitely keep all that in mind, because it is something new, and with
Yeah, it is
something
something
new,
new.
we're gonna need to, continue working at it.
I look forward to watching that video.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay,
So we
any
need a
more
motion?
discussion? Do
We need a
We
motion.
need a motion.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the workplace violence prevention plan as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, approval, roll call, trustee Gris.
Aye.
Trustee Marks.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
I'm an aye, passes 4-0. Board member report, trustee Gris.
I attended the promotions ceremonies at Rancho Mays, RSS, and Calaveras, and AAA. We had 2 special board meetings, and I would like to visit the summer school at both sites with our superintendent, and I think that's it.
Trustee Mark?
Besides the special board meetings, nothing.
Capital advisors.
Oh, yeah, capital advisors, yeah, thank you. The budget, state budget.
I didn't go to that. Yeah, I didn't go.
Trustee Martinez?
Nothing to report.
I also, I was able to go to 4 graduations. They were absolutely wonderful. And the capital advisors, which was really good. They always do a good event. How about any future agenda items? Trustee Gris?
Well, I don't know if I need to say this or not. On the solar, I don't know if I need to keep asking about it, or is it on our radar, or?
It's on our radar. What we said, I think last time was, as we get a little bit of downtime, so I think one of our some of our tasks, our major tasks were completed tonight, so we definitely will take a look. I can tell you what's on the list right now. We have the solar panels, we have an upcoming facilities report to the board that will explain all of the summer projects going on. We also, coupled with that, will have an update as to what is in the funding sources for facilities and what projects have been paid for and
Right.
deducted from those funding amounts.
Right.
And then I know that in August, I'll be sharing that Kelvin data, so that we can showcase that when we have an actual audience.
Right.
I think that
Okay.
was my 4 things.
Yeah.
that I
Trustee
can-
Marks?
I don't have any new,
No.
no future agenda items for me.
Trustee Martinez?
I had been talking to, Cindy Peterson, at the high school, trying to collaborate. I had suggested, maybe collaborating with the Hollister School District and bringing in, having like, we would generally have different vendors come in, like, Fidelity Insurance, just all of the different vendors that come in, and hosting it at the high school so that folks could go and check their booths out with, the insurances, the flex spend. So she was excited about wanting to do something like that and offering it up so that we could have folks from Hollister School District also come in and check out the, the different vendors and their services.
Yeah.
Only because it's we've gotten away from that at the high school, and there's a lot of new people that don't know we don't have disability insurance and those types of things, or life insurance, et cetera. And there's a lot of great companies out there that I know CSEA works with collaboratively to bring in really great rates for different things, for an assortment of things, car insurance, cell phones, et cetera. So she was gonna reach out to I'm not sure if it was gonna be Linda, just to kind of let her know and do something like that for also another collaborative. I'm just like, let's keep going.
Yeah, right. Very cool.
But that was just, I wanted to put that in your ear so that in case you get that information.
Thank you for initiating that
Yes.
idea. Thank
I
you.
think I would like maybe a detailed report on the community schools.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of months into, after we start schools, what they're progressing on, some of the things that they're doing. I mean, there's some really good ideas that they had on their, So I was wondering if we could maybe go forward
That's a
with
good
that.
idea.
That is a good idea. Are you thinking of September or October?
Maybe October, what do you think?
I think that's a good month.
Okay.
I like that idea.
Because that'll give them, August and September.
September, to get going, no, it's hard at the beginning.
Yeah.
September, we typically do a summer school presentation. Is that something that the board is
Yes.
interested in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Especially after all of the new things that Colleen added, the resources, just to kind of gauge how well they were utilized too, and just to kind of gauge what that looks like.
Okay.
And, this thing about Amaze and YMCA, I mean, are we gonna try to get more unduplicated kids over there from HDLA, or is that I don't know where we're
Those are
at.
conversations that she
Yeah.
will continue to have with them.
So that's just an ongoing conversation.
We can reach out to them and see if they have the staffing capacity.
Right.
To service unduplicated students at Maze.
But we don't even know if we have room, right? We
At
don't
Maze,
know
there
that.
is
You have
room.
room.
We would have to, however, okay, there's that side of it to see if YMCA could staff a
The
program,
unduplicated,
the
yeah.
unduplicated.
Mhm.
But we also would want to consider what the impact would be to the custodial
Well,
staff.
that's,
I
yeah,
think we're gonna look into that.
Yeah.
okay, so that is something we will look into.
Okay, any announcements, reminders?
You're gonna set us up with a date for
Yes,
Jackie and.
yes, I have that written down on the front page here. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, adjourning at 9:02.